and the resilience towards disinformation. As you could see, based on the media literacy index from Europe 2023, that we can split Europe in 5 different clusters. Sadly, my country is on the 40th spot. I mean, it's like a tail ender when it comes to the media literacy index, while the Nordic countries such as Finland, Denmark, Norway, Estonia, Sweden, they are the first. The official candidate countries to the European Union and potential candidate countries, they are among the last in the cluster. If you do not know about the indicators, the scores, and the rankings, so in order to have this media literacy index, what kind of indicators are we assessing? Freedom of press, PISA score, tertiary education enrollment, trust in people, and e-participation. And again, the Nordic states, they're the front runners, while the country that I'm coming from is quite susceptible to disinformation because of the lack of education, lack of freedom of press, and so on. I do not know if I have time. I also made a qualitative discourse analysis in order to, just as my colleague previously did, so I'm using the same qualitative measure. In case of the situation in Belarus, I told you that it's one of my case studies. Belarus, after the fraudulent presidential elections, was sanctioned by the European Union. And one of the responses with which the Lukashenko government wanted to pay back, that they were deliberately flying into Minsk with the help of national travel agencies, immigrants from third countries, especially Syria, Afghanistan, and so on, and they were deliberately pushing them to the borders with Poland, Lithuania, Latvia. So Poland and Lithuania, as you could see, it's a direct clash between the Polish border officers and representatives of third country nationals who want to illegally cross the border, which like it's a in-depth forest area between Poland and Belarus. So in order to properly inform the people that the construction of weaponizing migrants is a hybrid warfare tool in speech act. So I also made a brief discourse analysis. Prominent EU nationals, prominent intergovernmental representatives from the impacted countries such as Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland. All of them came in front of the people, and with their discourses, they wanted to inform them that we're not dealing, that at the EU's land border between Belarus, Poland, and Lithuania, that we're not dealing with an ordinary migratory phenomenon, but about a deliberate orchestration of a migrant crisis. So the Belarusian government was using human beings as a bargaining chip in order to pressure the European Union and somehow as a payback for the sanctions. So I consider it as a societal resilience building measure because you need to inform the people. What about regulatory societal measures? DEAS, Easter, Stratcom, and the Disinformation Review, they have managed to debunk many false information. And let me tell you that if you're interested, you can read the Meta reports. I mean, Meta is the parent company on Facebook. And in 2021 and 22, Meta reported about inauthentic coordinated behavior. I mean, the Belarusian KGB apparently was behind the creation of various fake accounts on Facebook, on Instagram, by individuals, by groups. Some of them, they have pretended that they are immigrants. Some of them, they pretended that they are Polish or EU social workers while criticizing, for example, the Polish border police. They were criticizing them, for example, of brutality against and a violation of human rights. So as I told you, it's called inauthentic coordinated behavior. They were not genuine profiles, and even the profile pictures, they were generated by AI. So this is one of the cases in which this information was used. I told you, I know that it's not enough just by comparing two countries to make a general opinion, but we can do the same, compare Denmark with Bulgaria and so on. So what is the EU Disinfo Lab and the disinformation landscape? So after analyzing and comparing the profile of two countries, Finland is the best. one of the main ideas that I believe that we should introduce in Romania. So if I would be a decision maker, I would definitely would want to introduce to reform the entire education system as Finland did. And following the annexation of Crimea, already at the level of high school, the Finnish government introduced courses on fighting disinformation in schools. I believe that this would be really important. In Finland, there are many institutions, even governmental institutions, that are countering disinformation. In case of Romania, if you could see at a table, there's a lack of governmental institutions. There are many community countering disinfo, so NGOs like Factual, Veridica, Aptifake, Misreport, and many NGOs. But I believe that probably have heard what has happened in Romania. So some of the latest fake news, probably have heard that it has been interference in our presidential election. So how does the Russian propaganda narrative in the Romanian electoral campaign? For example, Romania needs a new leader such as Putin. Politicians wants to defend the Christian Orthodox identity of Romanians against the assault of the progressists. So this is something that is an ongoing situation in my country. Romania is not a foreign Western colony. This is something that sadly we have taken from the Russian narrative by various politicians. We will not sell our country. And you can check, if you're interested, what is happening in my country, veridica.ro. It's a civil society initiative. You can find information even in English language. What kind of fake news, disinformation are now related. Since I know that I do not have more time, I want to come with my conclusions. So I believe that the European Union's and its member states' resilience depend on their capability to take common actions. I mean, a collective response. And if you ask me, in order to attain the highest level of societal resilience, the representatives of the civil society must be well informed about the existence of such threats and of the types and modi operandi of hostile state and non-state entities that are propagating them. This is possible only by supporting the existence of transparent democratic institutions, rule of law, and of independent media, providing trustworthy information. So freedom of expression, information pluralism, as well as boosting and later harnessing civil awareness through education and information are essential. Thus, improving media literacy and of the capacity to distinguish between quality information and disinformation constitute the backbone of societal resilience to disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did a really fascinating and obviously very topical presentation on misinformation, given recent events in Romania. So thanks again to all of the speakers. See this coming up in the chat, so that might be just congratulations there for Mikram for you, Adina.
Thank you.
So I will open it up to the floor if people have any particular questions for any of the presenters. You just want to raise your hand and unmute yourself, or else you can pop it into the chat. Okay, Claudia, if you want to unmute yourself there.
Hi, good morning. I have a question for Ricardo. Actually, two questions, but it's in the same line. So, Ricardo, in terms of discourse analysis, what were the most significant rhetorical shifts in how the European Commission's framed the COVID-19 threat over the time? Also, how did these shifts reflect broader security concerns behind health? Thank you.
Okay, Ricardo, do you want to come straight back on that, and I'll keep an eye out for further hands.
Should I ask now, or
yeah, if you want to respond now, yeah.
Hi, Claudia. Actually, indeed, it's not just in the EU, because with other colleague, I'm also analyzing the collective securitization by NATO of COVID-19, and if we apply, in this case, I applied the glossary of terminology in Laclau and MOVE, and ideological discourse structures from Van Dijk, sorry for my pronunciation, But actually, if we kind of use both, we can understand how the EU and other organizations, if we study international organizations, kind of framed the COVID as a threat and used COVID to actually accomplish certain goals. In the case of the EU, it was easy to understand, for example, the case of vaccines, the case of securitizing the environment, the cyberspace with Burrell in the front. So most of discourse analysis, and if we add to securitization, that is, we cannot separate this method from securitization. Actually, is a perfect combo to study how our international organizations are framing these issues to specific goals.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up immediately, so
Yeah,
I'm going to. Idina, sorry.
Yes. So thank you, Ricardo, for your presentation. Let me tell you that a few years ago, in the midst of COVID, we organized like a roundtable meeting at our university, and I made a similar presentation, just like you. And to be honest, I'm really into the problem of securitization of the Copenhagen School and the newest innovations of Sperling and of Weber and of SAD. So did you put an emphasis on this kind of common threat perception? So do you analyze? You know that Sperling and Weber, they describe this collective securitization as a 6-step process, not just in 3 steps as the previous representatives of the Copenhagen School. You talked about the recursive actions, but about the importance of the common threat perception, because you see that some member states, like former member states like the United Kingdom or even Sweden, they have a different approach. So like this kind of mass immunity, while in case of Romania, we have declared state of emergency. I remember that I was teaching from home, and even if I wanted to go out because of the state of emergency for more than 2 months, I was not allowed to go out. And if I wanted to go buy even bread, I had to make a declaration that I'm going down of my flat and of my apartment to buy bread or to buy, for example, medicine. I do not know if you have seen or if you're tackling the impact of this collective securitization on the principle of free movement. And for example, on many occasions, you know that it was an ad hoc interpretation of the Schengen Borders Code. Since I'm in a direct vicinity with Hungary, and Hungary is in Schengen, Romania will be in Schengen too from the 1st of January, but a few years ago we were not. So I remember that our neighboring country interpreted on many occasions in an ad hoc manner the Schengen's border code, and by citing threats related to health security, they have reintroduced border control. And it led, for example, since many of the Romanian citizens, they are working abroad, so millions of them, and for example, for Easter, they're coming back. So just imagine that thousands of Romanians, they were waiting in order to cross from Hungary to Romania. So it created an unprecedented situation. So this is my question, like the impact of this collective securitization on the principle of free movement and the reform introduced to the Schengen Borders Code. Thank you.
You're back on, Ricardo, I think.
Thank you, Dina. And actually, it's an interesting question. I didn't look specifically in this question, but I was part of a research project called Acceptius, where we kind of analyzed the resilience of European states, not European Union member states, European states from regarding the continent. So how through democratic resilience, European countries responded to the COVID. And actually, it's really interesting when we compare, for example, these national approaches to the collective approach of the EU. And actually, you can understand some nuances at the national level. Again, when we talk about the health competence in the EU doesn't have the complete competence in this field. So I think it would be more a question of recursive interaction in understanding common points where states agree to deal with the threat. But regarding what you said, using the COVID as I don't like to use this word as excuse or but it is used like health diseases to kind of securitize other issues. For example, we know that the case of refugees, the case of migrants, the COVID was used to actually stop them or to avoid to receive them in certain countries. Actually, if you look to there is a interesting article from Molnar et al. Then I can share with you from she studied the securitization of COVID by Hungary, and actually is really interesting understanding this national approach to the COVID in a more militaristic way. So more or less, it would be my answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
So
I
I see
yeah,
we have a question in the comments, Adina. I just want to add in something to that if I can.
please.
And I'm going to just throw out a question that I have for Mohammed and one for Alexander as well, that they can think about while you're answering Sarah's question here. So Sarah's question in the chat is about should the EU be adopting a more active stance in developing its own narratives, and what your thoughts would be on that. And what I'd add to that, and it comes to your point on education, because I think there's a really dangerous aspect to what's happening in education, particularly in the English speaking world, where it's probably the one mass education is probably the last institution in which we all have a collective experience of receiving information and exploring questions together because of the way social media has developed, where people get their narratives, people become quite siloed after that. And I think therefore it's no coincidence that you see those on the right in the English speaking world advocating for increased privatization of education, what they're dressing up as educational choice through voucher systems or homeschooling movement, and that what are the steps that you could take to protect mass education and the collective experience education as the necessary basis for collective citizenship. While you're thinking about that little addendum to Sarah's question, I just want to ask Mohammed a brief question just on cold cases. And I'm thinking of this from an EU integration perspective, because the old principle of subsidiarity, which has kind of been forgotten occasionally, but is it not appropriate that there are different national standards for dealing with cold cases? And if not, I suppose what would be the added value of thinking about a better cross national standard of practice and excellence? And is that related to your initial point of why a case becomes cold? Is it a way of counteracting corrupt action at the national level, or holding people to account for ignoring some of these crimes? So I'll let Adina come back first, and then we'll come to you, Mohammed. And then I have a question for Alexander as well. And it's just something that struck me as being really quite, I suppose, puzzling in relation to how Russia recruits and the kind of supports it gets in Western Europe, in particular from the far right, because obviously quite a lot of Russia's propaganda in relation to Ukraine, and stretching back before this at the UN level as well, is very, at least at the surface level, it's anti-Nazi, right? So it's picking up the Great Patriotic War. It's calling Zelensky a Nazi. It's calling the sort of it's accusing everybody else of fascism. And I'm just wondering, in your research, as you explore how these recruitment networks operate and the kind of discourse that they use, how do they deal with that cognitive dissonance? Because a lot of these Western European groups are quite proud to be Nazis. They're quite proud of their fascistic roots. And I'm just wondering, how do they reconcile that top level Russian propaganda with where they find themselves cooperating or joining the recruitment? So it'd be great to hear your thoughts about that. So we'll start with Adina, and then we'll go to Mohammed, and then to Alexander to come back in those questions.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth, for the intervention, Sarah, for the question. I mean, let me tell you that I talk about those measures that the European Union has been taking And especially I put an emphasis on the European Union External Actions Task Force for the East. Probably I did not mention, but it's not just a mythbuster. So the European Union has already taken some active stance, and not just debunking the myths, but tries to correct and tries to come with its own narratives. And another good example concerning the case study that I just wrote with Belarus. So in order to try to tackle this information that is coming from the eastern neighborhood and from Belarus, in order to correct somehow the misperceptions of third country nationals, because many of them, they were lured. I mean, they were enticed by Lukashenko, seeing that they're welcome in Europe, and on many occasions they find that this is not the way how you were supposed to enter. I mean, there are legal ways, there are legal channels, and in order to try to provide them genuine information, they have introduced a project, and it's called Info Migrant. I don't know if you have heard of it. It's in many languages, not just in English, but especially in the native languages of the people that are coming from those countries, such as Arabic, Farsi, and so on. So to try to correct the information saying that if you want to come to the European Union, you can come. For example, if you're being persecuted, if you're an asylum seeker, you can do that, but they're legal and appropriate channels. And this is not the way how you come by serving as subjects and instrumentalized migration. So yes, the European Union, it's developing its own narratives as well. Thank you.
Mohammed?
Thank you so much, sir. That's a really great questions. That there isn't any standard procedure to investigate a cold case homicide. Actually, what happened, for example, if the police is the detectives are actively working on the particular case. So after some time, maybe in a golden hour, 24-hour time, so they cannot produce any leads, or for example, they cannot find any offender, or there is no witness, or there is no any, for example, forensic evidence. They can develop profile based on that evidence which they collected from the scene of crime. So after some law enforcement agencies close the case in a month time, in 28 days time, because I interview so many police officers in Canada and USA and here. So they said this is the agency's own policy after how long they can close the case. So in the public eye, sometimes they will say that, yes, the case is still, we are working on that one. But one detective said that actually the case is turning cold when the detective who was working on the case, he changed the priority. For example, he is working, he said, okay, I will come back to this case and move to other case. So it means from there, the case is going cold. So the problem is that there is no any legislation, there is no any statute of limitations in any jurisdictions. The families are looking for a justice, and we don't know when they open, when they reopen, when they close the case. So in this particular case, the most academics and policing professional argues that when new information comes, for example, if new witness comes forward that he or she has some particular information regarding this particular case, or new forensic development comes, just came because at the time of the incident, the forensic science was not up to the standard which is now. So when the new developments came in the forensic science, the DNA analysis may prove, and then they can open the case. And in some time, if the family is very strong, mostly in developing countries, for example, they put pressure on the police that you need the pressure on police that you must open the case. So this is a different scenarios when the police reopen the case. But my actually what the major problem is, there should be particular legislation, the separate law. There should be a separate team because they are most difficult and complex cases. So for that, we need a separate team apart from omnicompetent view of police officer for every cause. So if this has been done, especially when I am looking for literature in European Union, there is a very few literature is written on the cold case homicide. Even the academics is not focusing. So this is a major problem. For example, if you can think about the USA and Canada, nearly 50% homicides go cold. And especially those jurisdictions where the firearm is allowed for a public. So most cases are more difficult, which is related to firearms. So in USA, this is the major problem over there. In the UK, knife crime is common, but forensic evidence is hitting much. So the law enforcement agencies of Britain, they are more reliant on scientific development, while in USA, Canada, and other countries like in Europe, they still give more weightage to the witness. So witness is actually and another issue which I realize in my research that witness testimony is most important because psychological interviewing is more, we need to know whether the witness is lying, maybe he has a fear that the offender, he is threatening him, if you become witness, he will be killed, especially in most developing countries as well. So this is the thing that which we need proper legislation, proper law, and proper research in all aspects, because this is a major problem. So that is the main, my conclusion.
Thank you very much. So, Alexander, we'll throw to you for, I think, the almost last, the penultimate word on the panel.
Okay, so thank you for your question. And so um I can say, I know yesterday we heard from Christian and Alex McKenzie about the Azov Brigade on the Ukrainian side, which did, have some um background, some origins in a sort of neo-Nazi movement on the Ukrainian side. Then on the Russian side, they've had the Russisch battalion, um, which kind of has operated as the central coordinator for neo-fascist, neo-Nazi mercenaries, and also all the groups in Europe who are coming to Ukraine or at least like expressing solidarity with the separatists, are connected through Russisch. And then Wagner Group itself, the name Wagner, is infamously associated with the Utkin, who was the co-founder of Wagner Group and had neo-Nazi tattoos, and he also perished with Yevgeny Prigogine in the helicopter crash. So, like, there's certainly a very strong presence of people who identify as neo-Nazis fighting with Russisch and with Wagner Group, and Wagner Group like had this infamous strong association with Slavic paganism, which overlapped with nationalism and racism and had some overlaps with neo-Nazism. But I mean, to answer your question, I would just say, like, I all I could think of was about Mark Stout. Dr. Stout has published this article at the beginning when the little green men were first appearing in Crimea and nobody had a name for them. He was saying, Russia was pretending that they were just like these patriotic locals who had no connection with Russia, but were just spontaneously uprising against the Western, oppressor. And Dr. Stout published this article in War on the Rocks, suggesting that Russia has just moved away from the idea of plausible deniability towards what he calls implausible deniability, where they're not even trying anymore to maintain plausibility. They're just denying, and nobody believes them, and it's fine because it works. They're just creating an alternate reality where if you believe the narratives that they're promoting, you believe them, and if you don't, you don't. And so, as far as I know, there hasn't been any attempt to reconcile the label that they're applying to Ukraine and trying to paint Ukraine as like the new representative of the old Nazi, fascist presence in Europe, and the strong presence of neo-Nazis fighting on the side of Russia. I don't think there's been any effort, and there's just like the implausible deniability of, if it ever were to come up, I would think, the attitude would just be like, something along the lines of like, I know you are, but what am I? Is kind of what it's come down to now.
On that note, I'm conscious that we're pushing into the lunch break for today.
Okay.
So I'd like to thank the panelists. So thank you to Mohammed, Alexander, Ricardo, and Adina for 4 really interesting and excellent papers. It's always a good sign that the debate is continuing in the chat as we as we continue. So you can read back through that at your leisure over the break. And thanks to members of the audience for contributing either through the chat or through asking a question. And I believe everyone is back at 1 o'clock, Sarah, is it? At Dublin time?
That's correct, yeah. 1 o'clock, yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everyone. See you later.
Thank you. And happy
Thanks
holidays.
again for
Bye-bye.
sharing. Thanks.
Panel, third panel of EU Academy Conference. In this panel, we are going to be talking about the European Union and its multifaceted security threats, particularly cyber threats and the terrorism. I'm going to be the chair of this session, and I'll moderate. We have 5 speakers today coming from different institutions. I don't have your bios, but I would kindly request before your presentation, just briefly mention your short bio to introduce yourself and what's your background to our audience. Just for the housekeeping, our audience, please keep your Zoom account muted. And if you need to ask a question, you can either write it on the chat box or raise your hand. At the end of the session, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask your questions. So I just want to mention the names of our speakers, and then I'll give the floor to our first speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Siddhartha Kolabatini from Rashtriya Raska University. The talk is about the comprehensive analysis of European Union cybersecurity approach and assessment through NIE's cyber power framework. The next speaker will be Claudia Barbosa from University of Minho. Her talk will be the human-centered approach in EU cybersecurity policy, rethinking human security in the digital age. Sarah Ben Abdel Lohab will be our third speaker. From Dublin City University. Her talk is about the stochastic terrorism and EU security, digital manifestos, and the transnational copycat phenomenon. Dr. Halil Lonas from Al Akwan University. The speak is about the national reconciliation in Algeria as a disengagement strategy towards the jihadists. What lessons for Europe? And our final speaker will be Alamgir Khan from DCU. His talk is about state failure and transnational security threats, a case study of Pakistan after the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. So without a further ado, I would like to give the floor to Starha. You will have 15 minutes, Starha, and I would kindly request just keeping in that limit. And if you pass a little bit, I'm going to be, intervene for reminding. Okay, here is your floor.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, all. I hope you are all doing well today. I am Dr. Siddhartha Kolabatini, a junior researcher at Rashtriya Raksha University, an institution of national importance under the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. I have been researching on cybersecurity and national security for the last 9 years, and I specialize in mix of work in international relations and technology. In the last 8 months alone, I presented 4 papers in 4 international conferences and wrote 2 research articles. I strongly believe my real strength is my ability to truly understand better the IR concepts and cybersecurity from IR perspective. Today, I'm going to talk about a comprehensive analysis of the European Union cybersecurity approach and assessment through NICE cyber power framework. Let me share this document. Okay. Okay.
Hi.
Is it good afternoon, sir?
Hi, how are you? Almost.
I'm good, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
I wanted to begin with explaining what critical information infrastructure is and how the cyberspace is called, including this critical information infrastructures, and why I have used Joseph Nice cyber framework to analyze European Union cybersecurity approach and what was the conclusion based on this framework. Modern societies depend on a complex of networks for telecommunications, energy production, and nuclear facilities, information transport systems, and transportations. The smooth functioning of the society and continuous operation of this system is essential for the day-to-day functioning of the state and the well-being of its citizens. Any disruption to these critical information infrastructures will result in national security threat. For instance, hackers exploited a critical command located in the electrical power grid productions of Netherlands, and it resulted in the Danish companies to enter into an island where they had to disconnect from the primary electrical grid and operate independently. This targeting threatened the security of Denmark's power supply, likely crippling other critical information infrastructures such as telecommunications and water treatment facilities that rely on electricity, potentially endangering human life and impacting national security. It's not the states alone or non-states alone that they are effectively utilizing the cyberspace in a good manner, but the other side of the coin is both non-state and state actors are very good enough in utilizing this information-rich environment to achieve their interest. I wanted to quote another example. A Russian company has attacked the Ukrainian cyber installations in the initial stages of the Ukraine-Russia crisis more than a year back. 24 times, making the Ukrainian critical infrastructure under complete strain. This incident also, along with the Denmark's power supply incident, clearly states that both non-state actors and state actors are part of utilizing the cyber attacks exclusively to attain their interest. And I wanted to mention here categorically that the cyber attacks, misinformation, disinformation, and drones, etc., comes under the larger spectrums of non-nuclear strategic weapons.
Start your presentation stuck in the first slide, just to let you know that.
Okay. So this is my introduction to tell how important the cyberspace is, which comprises of critical information infrastructures, and what is the necessity for us to study exclusively dealing with the security of this cyberspace. The statement of problem is this: amidst the unpredictable currents of cybersecurity challenges, a fundamental question arises. Can new security actors like the European Union and even NATO, built on principles of consensus, navigate the unpredictable rapids of crisis demanding swift action? This poses a fascinating challenge as these entities try to reconcile their collaborative strength with the need for decisive response. While NATO, a military alliance forged for rapid joint action, shines in swift deployments, the EU power lies in its meticulous collective decision-making, often perceived as cumbersome in fast-paced situations. The 2001 Concordia Macedonia crisis poignantly illustrated this tension. While NATO swiftly intervened militarily, the EU stood unready, launching its own muted response 2 years later under Operation Concordia. The EU's foray into security remains shadowed by the formidable military apparatus of NATO. It's the same case with the cybersecurity too, by the way. The EU delayed and ultimately limited actions compels further investigation. Can these inherently different models of decision-making coexist and even complement each other? With the evolving cybersecurity actors, the question hangs heavily as the EU and NATO navigates an increasingly turbulent security environment. Now, as I stated, this problem, NATO is primarily based on this military doctrine and military document and engagements. When it comes to EU, it's not the case. So this drove me further to study where with 22 out of 31 NATO members or being EU members also, the approach of the European Union towards cybersecurity. And there are various ways of approaching cybersecurity by states. And there are many ways of analyzing how these states are approaching to cybersecurity. And one of it is Joseph Nye's conceptual framework of cyber power framework. And now the question arises, why Joseph Nye's cyber power framework? Why not anything else? If the name itself shows the cyber power, that clearly indicates why states wanted to have a particular importance towards this cyber domain and why exclusively these states wanted to exploit and use for protection as well as for the interest. This power particular word drove me to critically look into what exactly this conceptual framework is about and how can it be used to effectively study the approach of the European Union towards cybersecurity. When one can see from this table, it was developed by Joseph Nye. And based on this table, I have maintained and presented typologies like information instruments in intra-cyberspace, whether the EU has utilized hard power or the soft power. Similarly, information instruments in extra cyberspace, whether the EU has, through its policies or its documents, or officially did anything related to the hard power and the soft. It's interesting to know that the European Union brought about multiple cyber security strengthening documents and strategies. Among those, all the cyber security documents from 2008 onwards till 2023 are analyzed through this Nye's cyber power framework and understood whether this particular policy or strategy comes under which aspect of the cyber power framework. For instance, the 2013 EU cybersecurity strategy titled European Union and Open, Safe and Secure Cyberspace. When this policy is emphasized using this cyber power framework, it clearly showed that the priorities of this particular policy were grounded in the EU's commitment to soft power and mutual cooperation. As the strategy sought to promote an inclusive cooperative cyberspace where the EU's regulatory standards could indirectly shape international cybersecurity norms. And it is also important to know that through the same cybersecurity strategy of 2013, EU brought cyber attacks under the umbrella of Mutual Defense Clause, Article 222, and even mentioned that if any member of the European state was cyber attacked, the European Union and in the member states have the mandate that to reciprocate or mitigate this cyber attack including military apparatus that are available with it. Similarly, when this another directive, for instance, National Information Network and Information Security 2 Directive of 2020 was analyzed, it clearly showed that the directive mandated risk assessment and contingency planning that account for physical vulnerabilities by extending coverage to additional sectors. The directive provocative response to the evolving threats landscape acknowledged the dispersion to physical infrastructure supporting critical functions like satellite communications could have significant implications for cyber resilience. A number of such European policies, European actions are analyzed using the cyber power framework, and those analyses are compiled and was assessed where the European Union stands when it comes to its approach towards cyber security. Thorough and comprehensive analysis are undertaken on all these EU cyber policies, along with the resultant cyber decisions, employing this concept of cyber power. Initially, it appeared when this analyzer through this using the cyber power framework that the European Union adopted predominantly soft power approach, utilizing information instruments in intra-cyberspace, prioritizing information sharing and engagement. While this surface level alignment might suggest a closer look, otherwise release absence of major cyber incident during this particular period, let's say from 2007 to 2013, played a significant role in the approach of the European Union having information instruments as a software approach. But post 2007 and 2008, where the cyber attack on Estonia and in cyber attack on Georgia in 2008 happened in conjugation with military, and the attacks are attributed to Russia, there the change has started in the approach of the European Union towards cybersecurity.
Status, last 2 minutes. Could you wrap up?
In fact, these concepts of Article 222, Article 47.2, immediately, along with Article 5 of the NATO, triggered the European Union, even to that matter, in it, NATO also, to broad cyber attacks under the ambit of their mutual defense classes. If overall one look at the approach of the cybersecurity of the European Union using Joseph Nye's cyber power framework, the analysis reveals that the EU approach to cybersecurity has evolved from a strategy of soft power reliance to a comprehensive framework that balances soft and hard power elements. This shift is driven by the increasing sophistication of cyber threats and the growing importance of cyberspace in national and collective security. Today, the EU employs a multi-dimensional approach where diplomatic influence through the 2017 EU Cybersecurity Toolbox and regulatory leadership as I stated, the 2022 NIS2 directive, operational preparedness, where the cyber attacks are brought under the ambit of the mutual defense class and established European institutions and crisis response teams to cyber attacks, and sanctions works in tandem to enhance cybersecurity. This comprehensive approach reflects the EU's adaptive response to a complex cyber environment, establishing it as a versatile and proactive player on the global cybersecurity stage. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Siddhartha, for this presentation. If Claudia, if you are ready, I would like to give the floor to you.
Thank you, Professor Ethan. I don't know if everyone is listening to me. I'd like to share my screen, but my colleague have to shut down their own.
Siddhartha, could you stop sharing your screen?
Sure. I'm doing it.
Okay.
Okay.
If you go down the share button, share ribbon at the bottom in your Zoom account, you'll be able to end the sharing. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think it's
Yeah.
okay. Thank you. I will try to the presentation mode. Okay.
So you'll have 15 minutes. I'll send you a reminder in the last week.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ethan. I'm Claudia Barbosa. I'm a PhD candidate in political science and international relations at University of Minho in Portugal. I would like to thank you and also Professor Sara and Professor Christian for this opportunity to present my research today. So I will present my ongoing research on my thesis, which the title is Human Security in the Digital Age, the European Union Cybersecurity Policies Analyzed under a Human-Centered Approach. The presentation will be as follows. Start with the topic description and relevance, also moving to the main aims and research questions, some challenges during the research, the EU cybersecurity framework, and finishing with some findings and preliminary conclusions. So I don't think, sorry, because I don't think it's, yeah, on the presentation mode, it's not working. I will maybe try, okay, it's working. So regarding the top description and relevance of the topic, during the last decade, cybersecurity issues has been driven by national security agendas that focus especially on technical issues, economic growth, and safeguarding critical infrastructures. However, these agendas often have been neglecting the human dimension, particularly the interests and needs of people and communities that experience digitalization in their daily lives, compromising the individual's security. So this context has triggered an academic debate around the breaking the cybersecurity dilemma towards a human-centered approach to cybersecurity. Some authors like Cavelti, Liaroposo, Debier also have talk about this breaking security dilemma and moving toward this human-centered approach and also a human security approach to cybersecurity. And regarding the security studies and international relations, we also have a human-centered approach on security, which is also known as the human security. And looking at human security and the relevance of the topic, question why is human security relevant in the digital age? Going back to the 1994 United Nations Human Security Concept, which aims to protect the vital core of all human lives from critical and pervasive threats, We aim to understand and demonstrate the relevance and employment of human security concept in the field of cybersecurity agendas and policy. Also, human security encompasses 7 key aspects of daily life, such as economic, food, health, environmental, personal, community, and political security. But in the digital age, however, it's important to reconsider human security with a focus on cyberspace and the challenges posed by cyber threats. So the research also seeks to bridge the gap in the literature on cybersecurity by providing a human, holistic, and contemporary approach. So the main goal is to understand how the human security concept has been employed in the digital age and adjusted to the cybersecurity realm. Also, through the human security lens, analyze whether the EU has embedded this narrative into its cybersecurity policies. To do so, we put the following research question: how does the European Union employ a human-centered approach in its cybersecurity policies through the lens of human security? So we have here somehow the methodology. We will apply human security as analytical framework, social constructivism as theoretical framework. Our data collection will be the European Union main core on the documents during the time frame between 2013 and 2023 through a frame analysis. So during our research, we have facing some challenges because studying cybersecurity has been challenging. So studying cybersecurity with the context of political science and international relations, especially focused on the human security and European Unions, presents several unique challenges. First, a multidisciplinary topic. We have been facing with especially on the IT or the technological topic, some us fighting for cybersecurity, saying that it's a political issue, it's an IT issue, it's a law issue. Everybody is fighting to have cybersecurity as a topic. Also, it's the fast and growing technological development. Sometimes the policies and the laws cannot accompany the technological development. Another one is the EU complex regulatory environment. The EU often launches norms and regulations which require us to be constantly aware of the European Union's actions. And also the crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war also poses challenges to study cybersecurity. And finally, some critiques of the human security concepts. Its vagueness undermines its effectiveness, and it is a concept widely associated with humanitarian interventions responsible to protect and also undeveloped countries. So this dynamic environment can change the research directions and goals, which has in fact led to certain changes during our research. So, in 2021, for example, at the beginning of our research project, we identified the significant gap concerning individuals and human security in the digital age. However, during the COVID pandemic, and especially during the years of 2022 and 2023, has been marked by the European Union's human-centric approach to cybersecurity. At this point, I have to confess that I question myself, what about my research gap in human security in the digital age? But our gap remains. However, we also focus on the research on understanding the European Union's human-centered or human-centric approach to cybersecurity, and also posing a new research question: what means a human-centered approach to cybersecurity? So thus, it will allow us to analyze how and why it has become a mantra in the digital sphere, paving the way for the European Union's recognition as an international digital actor. So at this point, and looking at the EU cybersecurity framework, so far I analyzed the cybersecurity strategies, and like in a nutshell, for example, during the years 2013 and 2019, the European Union digital concerns were particularly emphasized on infrastructure security, data protections, and cybercrime, with strong frames on the EU capacities, resilience, deterrence, and defense. In this period, the European Union has been playing like a normative and regulatory role. But the turning point occurred between 2019 and 2021, particularly during and in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, which highlighted not only the vulnerabilities of the human beings, but also the EU as an international cybersecurity actor. So since then, the EU has invoked for the first time the terms human-centered and human-centric, with aim of people at the centered approach and a human-centric vision for the digital economy and society. So, and as the human security narrative been employed on these documents and on these strategies, so we found that the human security narrative portrayed in the EU goes toward the purpose of the freedom from fear and the freedom to live in dignity perspective on human security. This is reflected in the EU's intention to mitigate the cyber threats and the protection of fundamental rights when recognizing the insecurity and vulnerabilities that individuals may face in their daily lives, with the EU determination on digitalization. Also, the human security is implicitly present in the EU core values in cyberspace, such as the human dignity, the freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and protection and respect for fundamental rights. However, the term human security has never been explicitly mentioned in the EU documents or discourse related to the cybersecurity and the digital field. Instead, the EU has employed terms such as human-centered, and people at the center approaches. During our analysis, we also identified some paradox and ambiguities during our analysis. For example, we identified that the EU has a strategic bifurcation between the competition for digital sovereignty and European Union values such as economic liberalism and fundamental rights. We also see that human security seems to live in the shadow or sometimes overshadowed by the European Union geopolitical interests and influence strategy, namely the EU digital sovereignty and also the digital competition that EU try to have with the United States and China. However, the European Union geopolitical ambitions to compete in the digital field with actors such as the US and China could be at the forefront of the human security interests and maybe jeopardize the human-centric approach to cybersecurity. So in this sense, we also have focused our research on understanding the EU's human-centered or human-centric approach to cybersecurity. As I mentioned before, posing this question, what really means this human-centered approach on cybersecurity, if this is also related or not with human security, or is the same narrative with a different name? So I will finish here because I have not more conclusions, because as I mentioned before, it's my research and my ongoing research. I also have been analyzing other documents with the same methodology. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Claudia.
Thank you.
Best timing for the presentation ending on time.
Sorry, I need to rush a bit to speak about everything. I will.
No worries, no worries. Everything was good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah if you are ready, I would like to give you floor.
Sure, wonderful. If I can have just 10 seconds so I can share my screen, please. A few moments.
Yes. Your camera and your microphone is also.
Yes, if that's okay, yes. Sorry, I was talking a bit there. No, it was on mute. Apologies.
No rush. We still have time. Yeah.
Thank you. I realized I was on mute for a second. So I just share my screen, if that's okay. I can go ahead.
Yep. Perfect.
Thank you. Can you maybe help me with this? I'm not sure. Okay, got it. Is it working? No.
No, unfortunately, we don't see.
Okay, sorry about
So
this.
camera is off and we don't see the presentation.
Yes. One moment. I'll try to trick it a little bit. Here, okay. This should be easier.
We can also, I mean, if you are not ready, I can take you later on.
Sorry, I'm just having trouble sharing my screen. Maybe someone else can go ahead if they want, but I'm
Sarah,
just...
do you want to take over if you want?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, if you are ready, maybe we should go with you, and then later on, I'll give you the floor, Sarah. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. So good afternoon, everybody. Sarah, hello. Sarah used to be my student, so I'm very happy to actually to be with you on this panel, actually.
Thank you very much.
So my name is Jalil Lunas. I'm a professor of international relations here at Hawaiian University, and I have been working on violent extremism for the past 15 years in the Sahel, North Africa, over which I wrote several books and papers. And for the past, including my work, was to be part of European Union consortiums, H2020 consortiums, on the research of violent extremism in North Africa. And today, actually, I'm going to be presenting, if you allow me, some of the results of the last project, which I was part of, which was the H2020 Preventing Violent Extremism project. Part of this project was to basically compare and analyze the de-radicalization and the demobilization strategies in the Sahel, North Africa, Middle East, and Europe to combat violent extremism. And my job, I mean, part of my tasks in this project was to compare the Algeria versus Morocco versus Tunisian strategies. And to that extent, today I will be sharing with you the results of the Algerian track. Let's put it this way. For this project, I mean, I conducted for North Africa something like 200 interviews in Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. And again, so what I'm presenting here, it's the Algerian part of the interview, basically data collection. The project was terminated in 2023, and I wrote a book which is coming up next year, hopefully, where all the results, I mean, the analysis and so on will be part of. So basically, where does it come from, or what is all of this? The question when we started this project was about, it was in 2019, 2020. when Daesh was defeated in terms of talking about the territorial Daesh had just been defeated. There was this phenomenon of foreign fighters returnees, started to go back to Europe, to North Africa. And what you need to know is that in North Africa, we had between 2011 and 2015, over 8,000 young people joined the Middle East and different jihadi groups, right? In addition to this, we had hundreds of other foreign fighters who went to the Sahel to fight there. So when we were preparing for the project, what I did is interviewed European Union officials, and I was talking to them initially just to see what could be the needs of the EU for this project and so on. I remember the guy told us, we don't need additional papers or research on the why young people join jihadi groups and so on, but rather we need solutions. Solutions to what do we do with those hundreds of people, young people coming back from the Middle East? How do we deal with them? To that extent, we started looking around, and eventually we looked at the strategies of what we call de-radicalization versus demobilization that would put place in North Africa. In my case, that's part of my task, in Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. Why Algeria? Specifically now Algeria. Algeria has gone through a civil strife between 1992 and 1999 with jihadi groups, during which over 30,000 jihadists from different groups were part of the different groups. In addition to this, we had hundreds of fighters who went to Iraq and Syria, and another something like 2,000 fighters who joined the Sahel. And then those people started coming back. To that extent, Algeria had a huge problem with jihadi groups. It put in place a strategy called the National Reconciliation, which basically led to dislocation of jihadi groups on the one hand, and second, 15,000 people benefited from this strategy, and less than 300 relapsed into violent extremism. To that extent, the idea was to look into the strategy and to basically, what are the lessons that we can get for the EU. So the strategy was called National Reconciliation, or in Arabic, Musalaha al-Wataniya. It was actually the word was used, it's Musalaha. Musalaha in Arabic is a very central concept. It comes from the word reconciliation, reconciliation. Reconciliation is central element in Islam, in the sense that the idea it's a concept, or it's a judicial concept almost, I would say, that was put forward in the 7th, 8th century by the Muslim scholars and so on. The purpose was to prevent divisions and conflicts among the Muslims. The idea is, in case of a conflict, instead of going through the judicial system, the judicial punishment, you bypass the judicial punishment by a sort of conciliation. That's conciliation between two parties in conflict. The two parties that are in conflict will basically forgive one another, pay compensations if needed, and the idea is to forgo any future retaliation or reopening of the conflict. The two parties have to be acknowledged themselves to be Muslim, and basically this conciliation can be done by an imam, a religious scholar. Well, this is the religious leader, if you want. This is the original term of conciliation. It's the central element. It's very important. It's very important. You find hadith, that is to say, sayings of the Prophet on it, as well as verses of the Quran on it, and so on. It's a very central concept. So Algeria put in place a strategy, what we call of de-radicalization, and actually it was of demobilization, which it called Musalaha al-Wataniya. It was, manipulation of the words. It was manipulation of the word, because in reality, the strategy put in place has nothing to do with the original version that is in Islam. Instead, what we're facing with, it's a strategy of demobilization. Demobilization in the sense that it means that you don't try to change the ideas or the ideology of the individuals, rather you simply lead them to renounce to violence, to renounce to their belonging to jihadi groups, and change their behavior, basically. But you do not try at all to change the ideologies or the ideas that led to violence. That's what the strategy was put in place in Algeria. So, what's the context of this? In 1992, there was a coup d'etat. There was the Islamist parties won the elections in 1992 in Algeria. The army decided to prevent Islamists from reaching power, and that extent they conducted a sort of coup d'etat during which the Islamic party that was called the FIS, the Islamic Salvation Front, was dissolved. Tens of thousands of its members were arrested. Its leadership was decapitated, basically in the sense that they were arrested, and the party was outlawed. The elections were cancelled. Immediately, if you want, the popular basis of the party reacted immediately, and basically they started forming jihad groups all over Algeria. It's what you call it led to the beginning of the civil war. Okay, the outcome was basically two groups that formed each other, two factions from each other. It's the Islamic Salvation Army, known by its acronym in French, Armée Islamique du Salut, AIS, which was basically local Islamic jihadi groups, okay, with no international connection, basically, versus what we call the GIA, or the Group Islamic Army, in Arabic, Jamal Islami al-Musallaha, which basically derived from the Salafi jihadism, which is and led to it's the ancestor. The GIA is the ancestor what was known today as Al-Qaeda in Islamic Maghreb. When the war ended in 1999, or basically decided to end it, over 150,000 people had been killed, 7,000 people had disappeared, that's official figures, and the NGOs, when you talk to them, they said that 20,000 people disappeared at least, in addition to $20 billion of material losses. Here I'm sharing with you, I don't know if you can see it, some pictures. It's the leaders of the FIS at the peak of during the FIS leadership. On the left of the picture, you got two founders of the GIA and Akim, Al-Qaeda in Islamic Maghreb. They are former what we call returnees, foreign fighters returnees, who were in Afghanistan. They came back to Algeria and basically created the Islamic group. You've got also a picture of the Afghan Arabs returning. On the left side, you've got the other factions, which is the AIS. So the national reconciliation. What is national reconciliation? National reconciliation, the idea was basically to enter into negotiations with those jihadi groups to offer them incentives, okay, what they call acceptable incentives, to satisfy acceptable demands, in exchange of them surrendering. So to that extent, acceptable demands would involve amnesty and economic incentives. Okay, in exchange, those people would surrender, provide information on existing groups, and basically intelligence sharing. Between 1999 and 2015, as I said, 15,000 people surrendered. The 15,000 people that surrendered provided information, intelligence, etc., to the security services, in exchange of which received amnesty. To whom does this policy is applicable? It's applicable for everyone, anything and everyone. That is to say, former jihadi organizations, but also katibat, that is to say, jihadi brigades, and individuals. Anyone who wishes to surrender can benefit from this strategy. Okay, so in terms of incentives, initially, the first time when the people started to surrender, nothing was ready. Okay, initially, what you would do is that there would be negotiations. You surrender, there would be debriefing. You give information to the security services. You receive a certificate of amnesty, and that's it. End of story. The outcome was catastrophic in the sense that very quickly between 1999 and 2000, you had people who committed suicide, people who versed into how do you call this, criminal law issues. You had people who basically relapsed into violent extremism and so on. In this context, the government decided to put in place what they called the DRIFT, that is to say, de-radicalization and the de-radicalization and reinsertion of violent extremist strategies. That is to say, provide them with economic incentives to surrender and to facilitate their reinsertion into society. It included providing them with jobs, providing them with loans to open their own businesses, housing, okay, housing as well. Also providing them with lands as well. No salaries or benefits were offered to them directly, but rather they were given to their families. Okay, large amount of money was given to their families. Now, the idea was to facilitate their return to the civilian life. In terms of demands, something that was very interesting that we found when we were doing fieldwork in Algeria is that the authorities established, there were three things that were established when working together. The jihadi groups, the former jihadists and emirs were allowed to be in contact with former bosses. Okay, that's the first thing. The former bosses would channel their demands, get the demands, give them to intermediaries, okay, between the state and the society, between the state and those groups. The intermediaries were lawyers, structures, informal organizations, etc., associations, coordinations, which will then, those informal intermediaries will transfer those demands to the state. The state will then welcome and satisfy those demands. The idea was to prevent actually the relapse of those people into violent extremism by keeping channels of communication between them and the state at every time, at all the time, and keeping control over them. Okay, and when we conducted the interviews, it turned out that was extremely paramount importance, this ability to keep the channel of communication between the former jihadists and the state open, the state ready to satisfy their demands. And eventually, the result are here. Again, 200 people only relapsed, 300 were assassinated by the people who stayed in jail in the mountains, and they were basically, the jihadi groups were completely dismantled. This is the campaigns for jihadi, for the campaign for the Amnesty, General Amnesty. These are some sorts of negotiations, etc., that took place. We have here, for example, for those of you familiar with Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, the founder of the Al-Qaeda in Islamic Maghreb here surrendered in 2004, for example. You got his picture. Another thing that was extremely important was the mobilization of the religious actors. Religious actors were mobilized. It's over. I'm done.
Last two.
Just give me 2 minutes and I'm done. If you can give me, sorry, I'm sorry. The centrality of the importance of religious actors. What the Algerian government authorities did is to get religious actors involved as well. The purpose here was not to de-radicalize the individuals, but rather to legitimize the process of surrender. Okay, in order to do this, that's very interesting. The interesting part, what we found is that it's not, they didn't come up with local imams, rather they went to the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, and the Middle Eastern countries and Gulf countries, and asked Salafi preachers to issue fatwas calling for the surrender of the jihadi groups to surrender. They also allowed those imams, the Salafi imams, to actually directly negotiate with jihadi groups in Algeria to convince them to surrender. I mean, there were recordings, videos to which we listened. It was amazing. It was extraordinary to listen to those Salafi sheikh negotiating with those jihadi Salafis to surrender. Again, and as what they even went as far as my colleague, former Al-Qaeda leaders like Al-Maqdisi, to ask them to convince jihadi leaders as well to surrender. To that extent, and quickly, when I finish on this, what are the lessons for Europe? And that's really, it's that the central importance of those returnees in order to delegitimize the jihad, in order to provide also intelligence, information, okay, for the security services. That's very, they're central, they're extremely important. Equally important is the need to develop strategies, robust strategies to insert economically and socially those returnees. Otherwise, we observed in Tunisia that they have tendency to relapse in violent extremism. Thank you. And again, I'm sorry if I was longer than expected. My apologies.
No, thank you so much. It was on time and it went really perfectly.
So let me close the window.
Yes, please.
Oh, no, not leave napkins.
Sarah, would you like to go?
That's good. I stop sharing this fine.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay, then. If you're not ready, I can go.
No, I'm okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was just my Zoom was not letting, and I didn't know. I just had to like log out and come back, and I just checked my Zoom settings for sharing. Okay. I'm gonna open my presentation directly.
Yes.
So can you let me know what you can see, please?
See. So there's no problem.
Okay. Can you see the whole screen?
Yeah, but if you want to,
sorry,
just click on F5. I think probably it will make it full screen, but it's okay. We see your presentation.
How do I make it full screen?
if you go at the bottom, there's a little screen button there on the right hand side.
Wonderful. Sorry, I haven't done this in a very long time.
Yeah.
No worries. Okay, perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you.
If you are ready, yeah.
Yes. Thanks, and very sorry about this. So to start, thank you, Professor Christian and Sarah, for hosting this and organizing this, and having Professor Lunas is a true honor and delight. Thank you for joining us and for everybody being here. So my work mainly is a little bit in between my past research and current research directions in general. And I'm very delighted to have an opportunity to just delve a little bit more into my MA research. And I'll have to touch base with quite a few things, so I'll try to rush, and that is why I try to add a bit of text so you guys can have a contextual background for the linearity of it. And if there's something missing, it's probably because it's from my current research or the data has not been updated. So firstly, to go over what terrorism means in general and how that is processed and how can that be identified, we always need to base our work on conceptualizations, strong conceptualizations of terrorism and violent extremism. And I very much appreciate this work that has been ongoing efforts since the 1980s, where a lot of scholars have come together to more than close to 100 scholars and much more than 100 definitions have been worked through to develop this. So in regards to the right-wing terrorism, which is basically the background of the manifestos and also the findings from the MA study, is that we need to identify what we're actually dealing with here. And the problem is that the conceptual work has stayed behind, and there's really very little looking at how we can actually just implement that. There is actually, for instance, and this is just a random example of a fifth wave of global terrorism. And we've seen that has been driven by different crises globally, regionally, and nationally, within the EU and abroad. So we have the COVID pandemic, Brexit, which have been pillar constituents in the rise of political turmoil in the United States, across Europe, in Germany, France, the rise of extremist sentiments and attitudes and ideological development of very strong extremist beliefs. Let's say in France, for instance, that's a very clear example of a death hole and that everything has crumbled to the ground, and that they're not dealing with it. So the rise, we also see a very significant and important rise of violent tendencies and attacks towards officials and government representatives. They can be diplomats, they can be from security services, they can be agents, they can be any sort of person that has any relation with an institution at the very basic, is prone to physical attacks, offline attacks, but also online attacks. I think we can go, okay, methodological choices there. So going back to my thesis, as I mentioned, I'm going back and forth from the past to the current and future directions. And a lot of this is my work and some of it is ongoing, as I mentioned. So for this MA thesis study, particularly, I used CDA, which is critical discourse analysis. And I combined that with NVivo, which is a qualitative analysis software that is geared towards social scientists rather than computer scientists, because it is very easy to produce word clouds and get what you need from that. Of course, there is the trade-off there. The most and deepest one, the biggest one and the deepest one is how can you relate the computerized results with the actual ideological tendencies, and does that have any sort of relation is very much unknown and needs to be explored. So I used both to triangulate. So the CDA, is manual sifting. I worked on 7 terrorist case studies, normally leaning towards right wing, but then we have these leftist tendencies that are present in their manifestos. Sometimes you have contradictions. Yes, sometimes you have contradictions, but that doesn't mean or relay the fact that, or impede the fact that they will adopt narratives or be influenced by the ideological narratives from both sides or any other side, really. So the findings, the triangulation of findings, I try to address the rise of seemingly influential pattern globally. And I try to rely my work on actual findings and the actual development of adoption of these beliefs to actual attacks and then the responses. But also I wanted to explore how is this link, how are these individuals who claim to be loosely, who claim to be, you know, operating from a decentralized model are actually not doing so. And in fact, they are connected through either loose network, third-party networks, groups, identification with certain groups, and they're not necessarily, let's say, keeping it simple, an EU designated terrorist group. So yes, going forward, which is, I think, in better way, because I have a lot to cover here. So these are my 6-7 case studies. I try to mention just the important things. The important things here is the dimensions, but also the linear and continuity of this ideological sort of continuum of this ideological background there. So we have these dates, 2011. We have another one, which is 2015 by Dylan Roof. Dylan Roof had much more leftist, like just obvious, but those are very difficult to tackle from a broad approach. You need to really get into that. And Dylan Roof's manifesto was it was weirdly structured, very short. Anders, of course, who changed his name, by the way, to a Muslim name, is still being quite problematic vis-a-vis the Norwegian response to how in the judiciary aspects of things. So you can see the response to Anders has been very great. He has inspired many attacks. He's been a primary influencer to Brendan Tarrant's attack in Christchurch. So Brenton cited Breivik, Dylan cited Tarrant, Stefan cited Breivik shortly, and Tarrant became sort of a big deal after his attack, really. John Ernest, US born, Patrick, US born, these are very young people that go on and, you know, either, you know, they are very successful, obviously, in their attacks, but there's a lot more to say, and you can actually notice that the information is very fragmented when you're trying to collect evidence on these individuals, because let's say for Patrick, it was, you know, very clear cut, very simple and short, but for the others, you have, I don't know, hundreds of studies for Breivik and Tarrant. So the results lead to certain ideological, sorry, don't know why this is jumping. So there's ideological commonalities, and this is part of ongoing work, of course. It is very easy to try and claim results from a triangulation of data with using a software, but as I mentioned, there's a lot of hardships doing that if you don't have a theoretical grounding and conceptual grounding. So the ideological commonalities you can see in general: anti-Semitism, anti-migrant, anti-minority groups, anti-globalization, anti-institution, anti-governments, anti-energy, anti-climate change, anti-everything. And that's coming again from a left and right-wing violent extremist groups and models. So the mobilization model a little bit can be traced, as I actually delved into the online radicalization for all of these individuals. And again, that was a little bit more tricky to find. You know, that was a lot easier a few years back when people were posting and share everything on Facebook, let's say, but these individuals were in an era where they're not sharing much, and where they're sharing things is very different, and then the authorities don't report on this, which is quite problematic for research. So there's absolutely a huge lack of coordination. And yes, and as I mentioned, there's very little or direct ties, but that is based on the information that you have at hand. So every time, I do believe has increased massively, and I've included something for you guys as an example to demonstrate that. Yeah, so there is a lack of clarity for the ideological background, but they are heavily linked. According to Tech Against Terrorism, and these figures are outdated but relevant, very much relevant, and there is a huge gap in statistical data gathering and even reporting. So I struggle with that. Europol is not, I don't believe that member states and governments publish everything that we should be knowing, and maybe for a good reason. So the 300%, 320% of far-right terrorism-related offenses has been greatly and strongly documented by, let's say, US security people. And that figure is just to show a huge spike, you know, but we don't really have a real time reflection of what's going on right now. This mainly, by the way, it's mainly in relation to US, UK, and EU in general. So I mentioned there how much in numerics we're speaking, how much of this we are exposed to, excuse me, but the problem is, and all of these websites, for instance, of the study by Tech Against Terrorism have been affiliated with these groups, right, and countries. But this goes much beyond this, because we're not only dealing with what Tech Against Terrorism is providing as information, we're dealing with a far-right threat that's very much prominent on mainstream social media platforms, right? But that's, again, future and current research. Here to just go over a bit of thoughts for the far-right threat to Europe to understand, to, you know, effectively address this. And I believe that would be a fascinating presentation for another time. But we do need to understand the link between past and current threats and future threats, because I think what we're dealing with needs to be magnified by 1000% at least to be able, and we need to address anyway, I'll go back to that. So similar approaches and lessons learned, like with Professor Lunas's presentation, I believe that we can apply sort of a multidisciplinary approach, but very collaborative approach to dealing with this. The problem is with this far left, I should maybe, yes. So they're both experiencing sort of a rebirth, really, of just taking over mainstream media platforms like X. I'm doing some observation there for the moment. Far, you know, keep it in the far. But so they gather this major support and attention to the propaganda that is very much used to be on the fringe sides of websites and on fringe websites, but now is taking over platforms, you know, and they're usually dressed under legitimate concerns. Sorry, that's an incomplete sentence. Under legitimate concerns like humanitarian or legal, or like combating corruption, let's say 5G, COVID propaganda, things like that. So that's very much a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's very much untackled. You know,
last 2 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Maybe I need a couple minutes, please. So indeed, we need to be very particular with the concepts and words. I cannot disclose that source, but it is in my notes, my bibliography. So here we have this Catherine. I'm not going to go through that. So here is what I wanted to show you guys, that the problem does not stop here. We have the case of Luigi Mangione from the United States. And going back to what I mentioned earlier, is how these officials and representatives and just people in positions of power are continuously targeted by both left, right, and far right violent movements. So this person has been idealized and idolized incredibly in such a fast sense on social media platforms, right? So he's United States, 26, mind you, he's an Ivy League graduate. So the left has been known to attack, is increasingly becoming known to be dressed as, I have that in some of my, yes, to just be dressed as this intellectual, you know, narrative, and everything is under that intellectual narrative. So we can see a clear case study here. He also used 3D printed guns. I believe the synagogue shooter in Germany did that, and thankfully he was actually further identified by the cameras because he took a long time to fix his weapons, you know. So we have the 3D printed here, but that's really not common. You know, people just use knives, so that's not really a huge difference, you know, or important in my opinion. It's important to track the propaganda of such material, but it's not a major difference. So this is what is known about the movements. You know, later on he was arrested, like the other, like half of the surviving or the other terrorists that conducted these attacks. So for the EU response, and this is my project currently, is that we do need to assess the best tools and also how can we best respond to all of these various international threats that are sometimes coming together and being combined. And that is a mistake. It's not domestic. I'm not a United States scholar to say domestic. I'm an EU scholar in the future. So not domestic, but EU level and international far-right violent extremism. The EU does very much need and rely on collaboration, and that will continue to improve. We have the DSA, but that's also for another things. So for the EU to identify a best proper response, we need to understand the differences between the violent tendencies and development of violent tendencies that may arise from a political or terrorist point of view, but also non-violent. And we see this all over the world for many years now, like with the Trump and Capitol riots. So that's very violent, but there's a surge of also non-violent extremism that just becomes a staple and can further influence
Sarah, could you
violence.
wrap up now? We are a little bit
Yes.
yeah.
So that's it. Thank you so much. Just wanted to touch a little bit on this, on the EU response for or best directions for a best EU response in the future. There needs to be a multidisciplinary.
Just final comments, please.
Yes, these are my final comments. Interdisciplinary and more attention needs to be given to the transnational links between individuals, groups, and attacks. Thank you. And manifestos is a great way to start, but it's not everything. Thank you.
Thank you. We have not much time left. Alemgir, if you are here, I would like to give you a follow.
Yeah, thank you, Ethem. I'm here. Just give me a second that I may share my presentation. Yeah, so can you see my screen now?
I think it's going to appear. We haven't seen yet.
No,
Yes,
not yet.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You can hear me clearly, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, good. You're good to go.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. The title of this presentation is Weak States and Transnational Security Threats, a case study of Pakistan after the return of Taliban in Afghanistan. This project primarily addresses the fundamental question whether a weak state poses transnational security threats or not. Well, if you see, back in 2006, Stephen Petrick, in his article appeared on the Washington Quarterly, said that it has become a common claim that the gravest dangers to the US and world security are no longer from rival great powers, but rather transnational threats from the world's most weak or failed states, which provide a breeding ground or sanctuary for terrorism. Not only scholar, state failure was also identified as an alarming phenomenon by the European National Security Strategy in 2003 and considered one of the main threats to the European Union. It was also described as Achilles heel of collective security. But how far this is true? Is this a fact or fiction? According to Stuart Petrick, the relationship between weak states and transnational terrorism is more complex than often assumed. Why? Because all weak and failed states are not associated with terrorism. For instance, 49 countries currently designated by the United Nations as the least developed, hardly any terrorist activities occur. Secondly, according to Petrick, terrorism occur in weak and failed state is not necessarily transnational. For instance, the armed struggle of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Ilm in Sri Lanka were confined to their respective countries. Thirdly, and most importantly, all weak and failed states are not equal. Conventional wisdom suggests that terrorists are more attracted to collapsed or lawless polities. Somalia and Liberia are weak but functioning states such as Pakistan and Kenya. This assertion or claim was echoed by Newman, who argued that terrorist groups operate in weak and failed state, but it is not the condition which explains their presence. For instance, most of the weak and poor states in Africa are not associated with terrorism, while relatively stable and prosperous states in the East are. Now, while looking into Pakistan, Pakistan present an interesting case study because in the aftermath of 9/11, when the US invaded Afghanistan, Pakistan's troubled border region became the epicenter of national and international terrorist groups. And according to British Prime Minister Gordon Brown, 2/3 of the terrorist attacks which took place in UK were orchestrated in that border region. And that place, which was called earlier Federally Administered Tribal Areas, or FATA, now called newly merged districts, were declared the most dangerous place on earth by Obama's administration back in 2009. One of the deadliest terrorist organization, Haqqani Network, was actually based in that region. And they would conduct cross-border attacks on the US and NATO forces in Afghanistan. But now, after the Taliban returned in Afghanistan, this area has become again, it is becoming again an epicenter of terrorist groups. And this research we analyze, we investigate whether Pakistan meet the indicators of a weak state and whether Pakistan can potentially pose a global security threats or not. We measure Pakistan weaknesses against the 4 indicators framework proposed by Rice and Petrick in 2008. They define weak state as countries that lack the essential capacity and are will to fulfill 4 sets of critical government responsibility, which are fostering an environment conducive to sustainable and equitable economic growth, establishing and maintaining legitimate, transparent, and accountable political institutions, securing their population from violent conflict, and controlling their territory and meeting the basic needs of their population. To put it simply, states that do not meet the basic social needs of the people provide space for charitable and educational institutions that are linked with radical groups. Similarly, in the absence of peaceful means for political expression, frustrated groups may likely use violence against the repressive regimes and their perceived foreign allies. Secure states that do not effectively control their borders or territory facilitate the infiltration of terrorist groups. Welfare, how well a state meets the basic human needs of citizens, including nutrition, health, and education, and access to clean water. So now, looking into the current situation in Pakistan, or the current political and economic security landscape of Pakistan, it suggests since the return of Taliban in Afghanistan back in 2021, Pakistan is facing, one of the worst economic crises. The current economic growth was reported 2.5. And over 1,600 factories were closed in 16 months. And the political uncertainty, which you can see under political indicators, unending political crisis, rigged election 2024, democratic erosion, blanket ban on freedom of expression, the interconnectedness of these political indicators and economic indicators have actually provided enabling environment to militants to both expand their area of influence. We witnessed that Pakistan was expecting that after the withdrawal of US and NATO forces from Afghanistan, these militants group would be actually weakened. There would be no cross-border infiltration or cross-border terrorist attacks from Afghanistan. So somehow the domestic militant groups such as Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, are commonly known as Pakistani Taliban, will be pacified. But that was or is what is considered a strategic blunder or a strategic miscalculation, because with the return of Taliban, the domestic terrorist groups, namely TTP, has been emboldened and they have been reinvigorated. They have established their own provinces against each division in the neighboring province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. In 2022 and 2023, 73% rise in terrorist attacks was witnessed in Pakistan, while the neighboring province which shares border with Afghanistan witnessed 92% increase in terrorist activities. If you see the social welfare indicator, poverty has been increased from 40.2% in financial year 2023 to 40.5% in financial year 2024. According to the National Commission for Human Rights, nearly 40% of the people want to leave the country. In 2023, this is around 1 million people left Pakistan, while more than 500,000 people, more than 0.8 million people have also left Pakistan in 2024. So these crises, both the political and economic are, as I said, are providing an enabling environment to the militant groups to expand their area of influence. While visiting some of these areas in October, one could see the presence, the fear of expansion of militancy in these groups. It seems that in some of the region, especially in the south part of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, which shares border with Afghanistan, the government threat is almost non-existent. The militant groups, TTP, is strengthening and expanding their area of influence with every passing day. And they have remodeled themselves actually on the basis of Al-Qaeda, and they are enjoying an immunity in Afghanistan. Similarly, they are providing expertise, technical expertise by the Al-Qaeda member. So we in this research is I said that this is an ongoing research. So we want to investigate whether first, whether Pakistan meet the criteria of a weak state, and whether Pakistan would potentially whether this area, which became a home ground of domestic and international terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda and International Movement for Uzbekistan, etc., Haqqani Network. So whether this area can become again a home of these terrorist groups and can potentially pose threats to region and beyond. Yeah, this is all from my side.
Thank you, Alamgir. I think we have just 5 or 6 minutes left. Anyone from the audience, if you want to ask questions to our speakers, please raise your hand or just type in the chat box. Then I'm happy to share it with the speakers. Or maybe we have an opportunity to unmute you and then you can ask directly to our speakers.
I had a question for Professor Lunas. Looking at different types of terrorists and the impact of the ideological motivations on reinsertion. So do you see a difference between Salafist terrorists and others in terms of reinsertion?
In terms of reinsertion, you mean the de-radicalization, ideological de-radicalization, or facility to be reinserted?
I meant probably the latter, so the second one, yeah.
The reinsertion. What I've seen in Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, and again here it's the issue with the radicalization. I went to jail. I mean, to see people, I interviewed people there, and so on as well in all 3 countries. On here again, this is what I've seen in all 3 countries, and this is what the expert psychologists as well told me, is that there's a difference between when you join an organization, you conduct violence for 4 or 5 years, and then when you come back from the mountains, you come back from in the case of people who fought in Algeria and Tunisia, or you come back from the Middle East. That is to say, the ideological element, except what I noted is that except for the emirs, the big bosses, who remain ideologically really strong, most of what we call the lower middle level people, especially those who have surrendered, have usually been shocked by what they've done, what they did, the violence they were exposed. Some of them, when I was in Tunisia, for example, we saw people who were in Daesh, lower group people, fighters, for example, who were actually taking drug and alcohol and getting drunk. So my point is that what I observed that once you reach this level of coming back and you're in jail, the ideological element didn't matter for any of those people. It doesn't matter the background. It mattered for the bosses, if you want. The emirs, yes. And I sat with emirs, imams, where you had it's an ideological debate about religion, etc. But I also sat with people who the ideology doesn't, Salafis, Jazairis, whatever you want, didn't matter. The problem was literally, I actually even witnessed and actually talked to imams where they were like, we talked to them about religion, not so much to de-radicalize them, but actually to tell them to talk to them about forgiveness. The fact that it's possible to reinsert people. So again, so I haven't witnessed, I might be wrong here, but my personal, all the years that field work, I haven't witnessed any difference about this ideological. The ideology plays a role when you go, which group you join, which organization you join, and so on. But once you come back, I haven't observed, especially in this problem of rehabilitation. On the other hand, although it might be a little bit off topic, I did hear, and I did witness, but I did hear about prisoners talking about in jail, inmates splitting along jihadi groups, Salafis, Takfis, Daesh versus, which is Takfiri, versus in the jails, splitting Qaeda versus Daesh. Or for example, people from another current, I don't know, Hazimiyya, for example, which is another current of Daesh. Voilà. That I heard. That I heard in the inmates splitting themselves among those groups. But again, when it comes to reinsertion, and again, people who go through those programs, I haven't seen any importance of ideology. Might be wrong. I don't know if that responds to your question.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Any more questions? Based on this, I think we might end this session and on time, maybe just 1 minute before. And I would like to hand over you the floor, Sarah.
That's great. Thank you so much, Ethem, for sharing and very efficiently indeed, and you're right on time. So thank you so much to all the speakers for the very interesting presentations. And I see that Sarah has her hand up. So Sarah, please go ahead.
Sorry, no, please, no. You guys are wrapping up, so that's okay. I just wanted to jump in case there was more time, but that's all right.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have a 15-minute break until the next panel, who will be chaired by Dr. Wertmann. So thank you so much for the presentations, and thank you also for the audience for your participation. And we will now have a break until 2:45, so it will be 2:45 in the UK or in Ireland when we resume. I'm not sure what time it will be where you are, but that's basically 15 minutes. So once again, thank you very much for the presentations. It's been a real pleasure having you with us today. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
That was great to see you.
Yeah,
thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
So that's it. Hi, everyone. Until now, we have a great conference in these 2 fruitful days, and we have the last session, unfortunately. And I'm sure it's going to be great. We have 5 great speakers. And let's start with the first speaker. This panel, of course, the title is the European Union and the Geopolitical Challenges. And I'm happy to welcome Dr. Ipshira Bhattacharya. I'm sorry if I haven't pronounced it correctly, from the BSSS College. The title of this lecture will be China and Russia in a de facto relations or strategic coordinations impact on the EU's security structure. Itisha, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Wertmann. I'm Ipshita Bhattacharya from, as you said, BSSS College, MP, India, which is the central part of India. And I'm really, really happy to share this platform with all of you. And thank you, the organizers and the program coordinators, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts about this topic. So let's begin with this, as we have very limited time, and I will try to complete my presentation within the time limit. So my topic is, as you said, that China and Russia and the de facto relations or strategic coordination, and what is its impact on EU's security structure. So Ukraine-Russia war has created a balance of interest between Russia and China, and they have developed strong political ties with each other. However, the ideological and the legal framework part is still missing in this relationship, which has led to a de facto kind of an alliance. But since this political alignment seems to have unfolded from mutual strategic coordination, which is highly contingent on extrinsic factors, having high probability of giving rise to complete security challenges before Europe and for the rest of the world in future. So China's economic engagement with Russia and its support to Moscow to outmaneuver and to circumvent the Western sanctions and to enhance its military and industrial capabilities with unimpeded exports of dual-use goods is potentially arriving Russia from economic stress, and it is actually saving Russia from economic stress and diplomatic isolation. And China's support to Russia in the war against Ukraine is a potentially security threat for Europe rather than a key economic player and partner in the region. This partnership not only poses challenges before Europe, but also has the potential to drive a deep wedge between the big political powers in the world. We know that Sino-Russia relations over the last few decades have greatly deepened their diplomatic relations, despite a long and complicated history, which is marked by ups and downs in cooperation and strategic rivalry. 2022, when Chinese President Xi Jinping and President Vladimir Putin said that their country's partnership has no limits and they will go beyond limits, and they pledged to deepen their ties and collaborations on various fronts. Interestingly, this statement came just before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And since then, we can see that there is a multiple exponential growth in their bilateral trade relations. For an example, Russia's full-fledged invasion of Ukraine fundamentally changed the terms of Russia-China economic cooperation drastically, because tough Western sanctions caused economic havoc on Russia, and as its supply chains with Western countries that were built over the several decades suddenly collapsed, and Russian business projects were completely disturbed and were rather abandoned. And they were in search of required urgently new sources for various components, materials, and replacement parts to keep their operations in process and moving. And this is when most of them found a new business collaboration in China. And China was the only major industrial country and economic power that had not imposed sanctions over Russia and was rather willing to support. Now, with this trade turnout between Russia and China reached a new record of approximately 240 billion USD in 2023. And China is currently Russia's #1 trade partner. But Russia is only, on the other hand, Russia is only China's sixth largest trade partner as of 2024. But both the countries are mutually getting benefited from their trade relationship. Russia relies on Chinese companies and banks for their critical investments in its energy sector, telecommunications, infrastructure, while China is opting for Russia's abundance of oil and natural gases to meet its huge energy requirement, as it is in a great industrial sector, opening up its industrial sector. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, China's exports have become a lifeline for the Russian economy, especially after the US and European countries sanctioned Russian resources and froze Russian assets. So in 2023, we can see that China-Russia trade reached an all-time height of 241 billion USD. If we compare it to the 2021 figure, which is approximately 147 billion USD. So before the war in Ukraine, this is a scenario before the war it started in Ukraine. So China's export to Russia also continued to grow at an increasingly rapid pace. supporting Russian economy, which grew by approximately 3 to 4% in 2023. And now this suggests that Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine actually propelled the Russia-China trade to a new heights due to mutual foreign policy objectives in vis-a-vis each other. And in 2023, approximately, we can see that approximately 36 to 40% of Russia's good imports only came from China. So the comprehensive trade data suggests here strongly that increase in bilateral trade during the year 2022 to 2023 between China and Russia was strategic to meet their respective foreign policy goals. And in 2022, the value of Chinese import of Russian oil, coal, then LNG, and pipelines, gas was also, it also get 56 to 60% higher than that it was in 2021. So China is thus the largest importer of Russian energy after the EU bloc since the start of the war, and the largest single country till now to engaged with Russia in a bilateral trade relation. So not only is Beijing in this case helping Moscow to evade the Western sanctions and fulfill the bilateral trade objectives, it is also through its supply of, which is one of the major concern here is the dual use goods, such as computer chips are there, machine parts, also a huge supply of semiconductors, which are used for various military applications, like radar system is there, communication devices, navigation system, weaponaries, various kind of weaponaries applications, night vision devices, space sensors, jammers. So semiconductors, we know that they are being used into various military operations. So there has been an exponential growth of trade into particularly dealing with these commodities, which is providing a huge portion of the inputs that President Putin perhaps needs to sustain his forces at a time when Ukraine is currently struggling to build its own military resources. This trade poses a growing threat to the European countries that are sitting next to Ukraine. And China's increasing export of this dual-use goods and items allow Russia further to strengthen its military industrial base, which is a major point of concern for EU nations. Not only this support and cooperation will also help Russia to sustain and to retain and to remain in this war for a longer duration. And this may also land up to inviting other Asian and other European actors, for Asian actors, we can say North Korea and Iran, the latest developments which are coming up into this play, which may be a security concern for Europe and Asia. So in the present strategic scenario, there could be two arguments. Firstly, that the China and Russia relationship could be best understood as a limited strategic partnership, which is more directed towards speeding up the process of emergence of a multipolar order to reduce American hegemony and the economic leverages which China is perhaps getting from the contemporary political dynamics which are unfolding in Europe. And these could be major objectives. Moreover, China knows that it is needed by Russia and European nations, both at particularly this crucial juncture of this war crisis. And secondly, Russia's invasion of Ukraine could be considered as a challenge also, and an opportunity for China. Both the things can be possible, where challenges would mean a potential blow to China's credibility as a potential global leader, and the possibility of Russia's poor performance will leave it unable to perform in a significant role in the emerging multipolar world order, which perhaps China is seeing. Now, on the other hand, China will be taking up the opportunity to also redirect on itself by facilitating relief to the developing countries which are influenced by the economic sanctions. Furthermore, Russia's isolation due to sanctions also provides China with greater leverages to develop its bilateral relations with it and to get benefited from it. So China has been supporting Russia's war efforts by escalating its war narratives, increasing bilateral trade, facilitating Russia with significant, however, till now non-lethal support, and reducing Russia's global diplomatic isolations. So China's cooperation to Russia has actually encouraged much of the global South also to condemn or to sanction Russia. And China's effective collaborations and cooperations for Russia has also subverted the impact of the Western countries' sanction policy, which could be considered as a crucial situation for Europe. Now, however, we know that US recently has stated a very clear warning to Beijing in April 2024 that the US and its Western allies are no longer willing to tolerate China's sales of critical components and dual-use goods that Russia is using to perhaps gear up its defense industries. And in the same words, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen also stated in the very next month after meeting President Xi in Paris that perhaps more effort is needed to curtail the delivery of the dual-use goods to Russia that find their way to the battlefield. And given the existential nature of the threats which will be stemming from this war for both Ukraine and Europe, this does affect EU-China relations also. So Europe and US have begun taking a stronger stand, though so far it does not seem enough to deter Beijing from supporting Russia. But of course, Europe requires to present China with a more harder option. Either it continues to help Russia and face the consequences, or it should stop supporting for Russia's war efforts and continues to enjoy the close bilateral trade links with its key economic partners of EU. So to conclude this talk, I would say that China and Russia are the two leading revisionist powers which have leagued together in their contempt for the West. Secondly, if the China-Russia military partnership continues its upward trend, it will inevitably seek to undermine the international security order by perhaps challenging the system of US-centered alliance in the Asia-Pacific region and also Europe. And this alliance system will keep Russia into the war for a longer duration, longer time, and on multiple platforms, leading to various verticals of hybrid warfare. So this alliance would also bring multiple regional actors into play from Asia and Europe, which will be leading various war theaters and perhaps making the situation more complex. So with this, thank you very much. I hope I have stick to the time limit and I'm able to complete that within the time limit. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ipshita. You were great, exactly on your time limit, actually. It was fascinating. So let's move forward to the next speaker, Anant Mishra from the University of South Wales. He will speak about the predicting EU's Iran's policy. Should European diplomacy give a chance to President Pezeshkian. Anand, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ori. I am just figuring it out as to how do I start my presentation. Okay.
You need to press share. If
Yes.
yeah,
I'm
that's it.
sorry, but
We can
you
see
see your, yeah, I can see my screen, but I think let's do with it if that's all right with
You're
everyone.
great. We see the presentation.
I'm not picky with data protection as of right now. So, here we are. Thank you to both Professor Christian and Professor Sarah for having me here. I'm Anand. I am Marie Curie Research Fellow here at the University of South Wales. And I'm a doctoral scholar here under Professor Sarah and Dr. Christian. My research is on UK-EU counterterrorism cooperation post-Brexit, but that is something we will talk about something later. So coming in today, we have predicting EU's Iran policy. And this is something that has not been spoken about in much because the moment Pezeshkian came into power, the world, I mean, the academic world was crazy about how a reformist president comes into power in a very dictatorial regime. So should European diplomacy give a chance to President Pezeshkian? Well, let's see how the chips fall in the places. Before we begin, let's talk about how the EU's Iran policy was. So EU focused over diplomacy, was more concerned about Iran's nuclear program, but explored more on the diplomatic front. France, Germany, UK invested heavily in Iran when it comes to political, economy, and diplomatic engagements. There were economic programs. There were more relationship in terms of the political engagements happening in the region. Diplomacy was at its play. Which was essentially a success if we see down the line, which also resulted in Iran, US, Russia, China, and the E3, which is the France, Germany, and the UK, coming into JCPOA in July 2015. So under the broader umbrella of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2231, the JCPOA came into picture. But then there was a change in presidency. Donald Trump unilaterally abandoned from the JCPOA, which resulted in heavy inculcation of sanctions, which resulted again the tightening of relationship between Washington and Tehran, which was heavily impacted on the E3 EU initiatives, which resulted in entities being sanctioned by US, particularly those who were essentially supporting the banking and economic programs in the EU, which resulted in a systematic capitulation of the EU-Iran trade policies. Which started with something known as an era of certain between EU and Iran. So in that a confirmation of more like an engagement of some sort, but then engagements weren't engagements per se, but they were a hide and seek essentially. And Iran restarted its nuclear activities post 2018. Tehran became more, I would say, aggressive towards nuclear weapon capacity. We saw Saudi Arabia and UAE coming up and saying of the opinion that we want a nuclear disarmament, so they opted for detente. Moderate, again, pragmatist and the moderate camps, reached out for more dialogue with the West, but essentially they lost their influence. Whether you talk about the Iranian parliament, the rise of the IRGC, you also talk about the rise of a more, I would say, active radical elements coming in different sections. In Tehran, we have the pro-IRGC initiatives, ecosystems developing within the Khamenei camp, taking control of key power centers. This also, so post 2018 till 2022, before Mahsa Amini come into play, we saw serious repressive arrangements occurring by Tehran within the capital and within the surrounding regions. So this also post 2018, we also saw Tehran's greater engagement with Russia and China. and this was not very that was seen as an engagement towards pro-Russia and pro-China initiatives. There were serious engagements happening between Beijing and Moscow. There were exchange of scientists coming in delegations, guiding Tehran on various nuclear proliferation. There was a strong Beijing presence in terms of guiding about enrichment, the uranium enrichment, and within Natanz, which is again a nuclear facility. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got something which is a recent estimate. This is the recent estimate that the IEA came up, and you can see the JCPOA limits Iran to only 202 kgs of uranium enrichment, which is an approximately of 3.67%. But when you see the data, you've got 128 kilograms of enriched 60%. And then you have 1,217 kilograms, which is 2%. So if you calculate it, you would easily conclude that Iran already has the ability and the capacity and the necessary mechanism to probably host and even have a stockpile of its nuclear weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have in front of you is a division of research reactor, a civil nuclear site, a military research site, and uranium mine. So Sanghand and Yazid, Isfahan, Natanz is basically were off the target for the Israelis during the recent attack. There was also some chatter on the social media about the Israelis targeting Arak, Ramsar, and Qom. Ramsar as the research reactor, so any strike in and around Ramsar and Tehran would have catastrophic impact in case the Israelis would have gone for it. This is the estimate of essentially what they have in today. So what essentially happened? So taking note of the state of EU-Iran relations, EU emphasized on prioritization and compartmentalization of nuclear issues. So if we put in one single bracket as to what does the European Union think about Iran, is simply prioritization, or I would rather say compartmentalization of the nuclear issues. Now, the issues, particularly when it comes to enrichment and harnessing of nuclear reactor, this was largely confined to what European Union concerned. So during this time, while the political leadership here in Brussels was concerned towards all of this, Tehran had a crackdown on protesters, which we all now know as Mahsa Amini protesters. Then during this time, we have sustained military support in the Russia's campaign in Ukraine. So you've got Iranian drones coming in. You have Iranian remobilization of various armaments landing up in Moscow. And you have exchange of a dedicated facility of UAVs, small drones, and medium-sized capabilities, assembling sites. So Tehran owned assembling sites in Moscow. All of this happened in the meantime. The European Union was essentially prioritization on what? Nuclear reactors, essentially. So, but in the eyes of the European Union, the whole gambit of engaging with Iran, essentially Tehran, was toxic. So we can easily say that the European Union policy towards Iran was what? Beyond nuclear proliferation. Some scholars do comment on that. But when we extend the understanding of what beyond nuclear proliferation falls, it's largely linked to Middle Eastern instability and linking it to European security. So what essentially happens in the Middle East it has direct impact on what happens in European security. So there is no mention of human rights violations in Tehran. For deterrence, the European Union largely depended on the naval military presence in the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Oman. So these were essentially the talking points in Brussels if push does come to shove in its Iran policy. But if we again take a holistic look as to what EU's Iran policy is implicating sanctions on individual entities who committed human rights violations, but those who assisted Russia's in Russia's campaign in Ukraine, not the human rights violations essentially happened in Tehran. So this gave the opportunity for Russia and China to provide essentially a diplomatic engagement, a cover, where sustained the human rights violations continued in Tehran, and those entities and individuals who were participating in Russian offensives continued to do so. So EU members, instead of having a sustained dialogue with Tehran on the whole gambit of human rights violations, refrained from having dialogues and then suspended permanently trade talks. So the notion was, if you sustain pressure, Tehran would formally walk in and have a dialogue with Brussels. So this was the idea in Brussels. So this would result in refraining from any alternative mechanism that could possibly would have brought Tehran up and have an engagement with European Union, even a dialogue, a simple, stable dialogue. So EU hoped essentially to have a constructive dialogue, but refrained to put incentives into it. So EU, according to Brussels, Iran was exactly what Tehran thought what EU was, a rival. Now, this is exactly how pictured in Brussels. So Iran would essentially walk over to you to Brussels and would simply say, okay, mea culpa, and for the human rights violations, and then let's talk about trade. Let's resume trade relationship. Unfortunately, that's not how it happened. But there's a change in regime in Tehran. And we have new elections coming in with Masoud Pezeshkian coming up as from the reformist camp in the month of July this year, who essentially affiliated from a reformist again camp from the Iran's political system, emphasizes heavily during his electoral campaign, and emphasizes on what? Reviving economy. He talked about how the the economy in Tehran is dipping because of the funds being mismanaged by entities responsible under those who are largely, I would say, pro-Khamenei. They have their affiliation to the Khamenei camp. And then certain sanctions that really needs to be revoked. And to revoke those sanctions, you need to have a conversation with the European Union. So he talked about something known as ending a geopolitical trap. So reviving in Iran's economy from what he referred to today is helplessness, because of how the Iranian economy is dipping every fiscal year. It is important to revive Iran's economy first. And how do we do that? Engage with Brussels. So now it's very interesting how Pezeshkian comes into power. Pezeshkian is from the reformist camp. His entire Khamenei representations are anti-reformist. They are staunchly anti-West. They propagate anti-West. And then Khamenei gives a chance to Pezeshkian to come to power. Now, this is how, and this segment is happening after, I think, Ahmadinejad, Hassan Rouhani, and the recent presidency. So this is a very rare phenomena where a reformist candidate has essentially, in a time span of ultra-conservative control, gives a chance to take a podium and takes presidency. So Pezeshkian hopes to perhaps delicately rebalance Iran-EU relations. He's very pro-European Union. But because of ultra-conservative control and the existence of Khamenei, he is also having an outreach towards Russia and China, which he cannot just cordon off or seize. In one of the statements he made to the media was, Iran and the EU have a shared interest in promoting regional stability and security. So this is how his outlook towards the significance and the essence of European Union and Iran's relationship. But he also says that Iran's nuclear program remains a top point of contention. So he's willing to accept that although the shared interest does involve promoting regional security, but nuclear program is also a staunch point of contention. But he says, again, Iran insists to use for peaceful purposes only the nuclear capacity, but EU has suspicions. So can EU work with President Pezeshkian? That's a basic question that everybody has in mind since he came to power. EU leaders have a unique opportunity. After Ahmadinejad and Hassan Rouhani, it's a rare opportunity for a reformist president to be given a chance. EU leaders have to have an holistic approach towards Iran in the first place. Now, regional escalation or viewing Iran from the perspectives of Middle East insecurity is something that needs to lead by. EU's approach needs to be progressive and should be seen outside the gambit of nuclear fallout or nuclear disarmament, at least from the perspectives of bilateral engagement to start with. Now, in any of the comments or any of the policy recommendations that the EU has towards Iran, there is there is essentially no impact of Iranian human rights and security per se to the essence of should they mold EU-Iran relations. So to the question, do European Union have thought about the sustained violence that is happening in Tehran after and continue till today since Mahsa Amini? Largely, there has been no implications whatsoever in its today's policy. So Iran's strategy needs to change, particularly when it comes to Brussels. Human security needs to have a greater emphasis. There has to have greater emphasis on civil society support. And there's a much needed emphasis on regional collaboration. So if I summarize, it's very pertinent for European Union to restructure its Iran policy. The EU need to have strategic priorities in play. It cannot simply be limited to there has to be a nuclear proliferation or there has to be a nuclear-led talks, or the only possibility to revive EU-Iran should be when JCPOA comes into power. Because the talk in Brussels is when Donald Trump takes oath in January, there is a possibility of Brussels to engage with Washington on the context of reviving JCPOA. Again, a hypothesis which is not sure. The whole policy cannot rely on hypothesis which may or may not happen. So a concrete platform needs to be built when it comes to clarifying strategic priorities. There is no dedicated consultation mechanism, even when the relationship between Tehran and Brussels is in its depth. So both the entities do not talk to each other. There is, however, a dedicated West Asian division, which does not, unfortunately, engage with its partners in Tehran. And there is today, there is no communication ever whatsoever that is happening. There have been times where Pezeshkian tried to reach out to Brussels, but according to those who've been part of that engagement, Brussels did not revert. So this emphasizes why you need to revise existing regional policies, particularly how its outlook towards Iran is. Now, there are institutional arrangements in play, particularly with the EU. So they've got humanitarian programs, they've got food programs. EU has a dedicated policy towards an education policy that it has over the years have been recommending Tehran. It has healthcare approaches that it has been advising Tehran. But those need to be much more broader in terms of having constant institutional engagement and constant institutional arrangement. So a sustained communication within the institution is of primary importance. Also important is how EU need to revise sanction schemes. So imposing sanctions is tremendously hurting Pezeshkian's government today. And there is one individual Brussels has in Tehran, the presidency, who is very keen on restructuring, strengthening its relationship with the EU. Imposing any more sanctions towards Tehran is going to alienate not only his supporters, not only President Pezeshkian supporters, but also fuel ultra-nationalists who would come to the point and say, look, this is what we have been talking about. There is no conversation with Brussels. Because every time you sustain a conversation, it eventually ends in more imposition of sanctions over Tehran. So any kind of talk that happens between Brussels and Tehran is counterintuitive or counterproductive. So Pezeshkian's job is essentially getting harder when it comes to have any sustained conversation, or when he proposes to the parliament of having conversations or sustained dialogue with Brussels. One of the missing element out of
Anat, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you need to finish like in 1 minute.
Yes, I'm almost there.
Already almost 20 minutes. I didn't want to
yes, I'm
disturb
finishing
your lecture.
I'm
Okay, sorry.
No worries. So strengthening human rights accountability is something, and again, developing sustained dialogue with civil society have been emphasized. That's all from my end. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to questions.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Anant. Very fascinating. I can tell you the first question will come from my side. You. Thank you so much. The next speaker, Dr. William John Valva from the University of Dar es Salaam. The title will be The Role of Swahili Culture in the Context of Growing Security Challenges in the Swahili Coast of East Africa. International Lessons, ? William, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I am getting difficulties to share. I don't know why. I normally share my screen.
No worries. Just
I don't know what is happening.
Press the share. You have it's with green arrow in the middle below. This is
yes, right here.
Just press this. I will tell you when we can see. Before it was shared, but now you close it. But I advise you to press again.
I don't know why.
Here, now we see something. No. We can only see you, which is still great.
I don't know why.
Press share. It happens to me all the time, by the way. Press share you have in the middle, on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I'm right there.
Can you find it?
Yes, but then
just press share. So maybe start talking without the presentation. Maybe you can share it afterwards. Or do you want me maybe that I will move forward to the next speaker and you can arrange everything from your side and you will be the next? What do you think? Up to you.
I don't know. Maybe I should just go ahead without, I don't know. Can
Yeah,
someone share
the floor is yours.
Okay. So, and I'm sorry that you cannot see my presentation. Let me start by mentioning that the Swahili coast of East Africa, and when I speak of this coast, I make reference to the Swahili-speaking countries of East Africa along the Indian Ocean, and this is Tanzania, Kenya, and Mozambique. This is the coast which in the past few years has become a center of discussions around security. And this is part of the reasons is the fact that it has been an area that is experiencing violent conflicts, and in specific terms, this is an area which has seen the influence of violent extremist groups. So we have at the moment an active group in Mozambique, and you have a loose network in Tanzania. And I'm using a loose network because we do not have a group which has identified itself operating in Tanzania, but we have had attacks in Tanzania. And you have a very strong influence of Al-Shabaab in Kenya. But if you look at research has largely explained the violent incidents on the Swahili coast, and I think it is fair to say that it is the area which has now been described as, you know, increasingly embracing a culture of violence, and this is of course because of what I mentioned. However, an area of interest which I'm trying to look at in my presentation and the research which I did, there has been less researches, there is less studies that have looked at the contribution of the Swahili culture in promoting peace. In other words, even the interventions that have come from different funding organizations, they have tended to ignore the cultural attributes which are basically shared by the communities along the Swahili. Because if you go to Mozambique, Tanzania, these communities share some cultural attributes which are similar. And it is in my interest to try to explore and draw some lessons regarding how the cultural attributes along the coast of the Swahili in East Africa actually are central in terms of understanding peace. Now, there are several cultural attributes which are actually important to note along the coast of the East African community. One, there are cultural dances which are shared, and you'd be surprised during the harvest season to see communities moving from Kenya to Tanzania, wanting to celebrate together. The same could be said about the border between Mozambique and Tanzania. You also have quite developed informal gatherings along the coast, and of course, largely facilitated by Islam, that you have Islamic functions and cultural functions that are performed across the border, that such communities have continued. They continue to actually interact in different ways. And if you go to Tanga on the Tanzania-Kenya border, during the Maulid celebrations, for instance, you'd be seeing these communities coming together. And at the same time, there's the question about language, which also very much bring them together, bring these communities together. And most importantly, is the question about trust. That there is so much trust along such communities to the extent that a person that moves across the border from one of the ends is welcomed. But there is also centrality of elders. And I think this is a very important lesson, because I've also seen many programming wanting to address violent extremism on the Swahili coast. They are youth-centered. There is limited engagement of elders. But if you come to the coast, the elders are the custodians of culture. The elders are the ones that own land, and they determine how the community could be, organized. So there is a centrality of elders in all these borders, that there is such an acknowledgement about the importance of elders in determining what happens in the community. And therefore, cultural attributes along the coast manifest in different ways, if I may summarize. So cultural values such as hospitality and intertribal solidarity and cultural and religious practice and ceremonies, including dances, rituals, are critical in terms of contributing to the social cohesion of such communities, but they are often not looked at in the interventions that intend to bring peace. And for instance, hospitality in this coast is very much valued. The sense of sharing, the sense of welcoming. And they will tell you that I have to entertain the people that come to my community. We have to work, we have to share. But at the same time, one of the attributes which is critical, for instance, if you go to the Kenya-Tanzania border, there is this belief that the communities in this border, Kenya-Tanzania, they consider themselves relatives, that we are one, we are relatives. And this is a belief that includes welcoming each other. And of course, I'll mention later that some of these attributes have been, they have been used by extremist groups to recruit a sense of welcoming each other, saying that we are all relatives, has at some point also been manipulated. And celebrations, when they oftentimes come together to celebrate, that has been an important source of, bonding these communities and therefore creating space for communities to engage in peace. But I think one of the critical area that is worthwhile, looking at is the question about music. There is so much value about music in these communities. And therefore, if you go to the Tanzania-Mozambique border, the people in the government will tell you that if I am to bring together the communities in the public or government functions, we have to play some music, especially the cultural music. There's so much value about music. If you go to the Kenya-Tanzania border, there's famous music such as Tarabu, which bring these communities together and of course promote peace. However, I must say that some of the cultural attributes that I have mentioned, especially in as much as they have been a source of resilience and peace, of late, they have also become arenas of recruitment, that extremist groups have capitalized in the cultural attributes to recruit and, most importantly, to penetrate in the community. For instance, the belief that we are one thing. We are narratives has been used by the extremist groups to penetrate in the community. They are welcomed and they can move from one end of the country. They can move from Kenya to Tanzania. They are welcomed. They can move from Tanzania to Kenya, Mozambique and Tanzania, etc. At the same time, because of I think, I mean, this is actually quite important to mention. They believe and the importance of the region in the cultural life of the people. And in fact, it is fair to mention that the religious leaders in these communities are more trusted than the government leaders, especially Islamic religious leaders. As such, some of the extremist groups have also penetrated within the religious community. And because of the trust in the religious leaders, some of them have become recruiters because they enjoy so much trust. And in the end, some of them have become recruiters. And of course, if you go to some areas, as I conclude, if you go to some of the areas, there are also concerns that with the growing number of the Salafi communities along the coast, some of them are beginning to challenge the predominance of the cultural beliefs and the cultural practice along the coast. And as such, that has also become a source of division. So culture along the coast of the East Africa, the Swahili culture, is critical in terms of understanding peace. And of course, most importantly, peace building that the people, the international community, and of course, the people that are involved in funding programming around peace, it is something that should not be left out. But of course, it is also important to recognize that some of the cultural attributes, in as much as they are trusted, they have also been capitalized and manipulated by the extremist groups to also recruit groups of youth and women. So let me leave it at that, and I hope if there will be questions, I can take them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this great lecture. And let's move on to our next two speakers, Dr. Cyprian Alexander Kozera from the University of South Wales and Branimir Bekavat from the Hybrid Warfare Research Institute. They will speak about, can European Union Special Operations Forces deployments mitigate Russia's threat in the EU southern neighborhood? Cyprian and Branimir, the floor is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. While Bex is preparing our presentation and sharing the screen, I will say that, it's great panel. I can already see that. I hope we will keep this level, but, fascinating topics that has been approached within this panel. So it's great to be here. Great to see familiar faces. Wonderful to see new faces. So I hope we'll all keep in touch afterwards, because the online doesn't add up for all these good things to happen in the corridor, in the coffee break. But let's hope we will keep in touch. But I see that the screen is shared. Bex, could you make it the full screen? So that's our topic. How we start. So our topic is a question: can European Union Special Operation Forces deployments mitigate the Russia threat at the EU southern neighborhood? Let's move on to the next slide. Well, not much time for introductions. So I'm Cyprian. I've been introduced by Ori. There's Bex on the other side. He's been introduced by Ori. So that's us. Let's move on. Table of content. We will cut the introduction. We'll just briefly tell you what we mean by exactly hybrid threats, like challenges to security, of combined conventional and non-conventional nature, like foreign influence operations, military operations by state-sponsored proxies, disinformation. And just to explain, for those who may not have heard about the term Special Operation Forces, abbreviated as SERF, those are elite units of the militaries that are specifically prepared to take part in a direct action, so the pinpoint operation, or military assistance, military training to partners. And this is basically what we are going to talk about, trying to answer whether sending special operation forces to assist our partners in Northern Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa can somehow mitigate threats posed by Russia in the region. The threats that I guess the next slide is going to talk about. I'm going quick because I don't want to take too much of my colleague time. And my colleague is much better speaker, and he has much more interesting part of the presentation. But just to show you a very interesting map by Ribar, by a pro-Russian channel, where they boost, this is where we are in Africa and basically in the Middle East. The map is inaccurate. That's what I would like to say. The first thing, the map shows that Crimea is Russia. It's not Russia. It's under Russian occupation, of course. But the point is that they proudly boost that, hey, we are in Libya, we are in Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, expanding to Equatorial Guinea. We are in Central African Republic. We are in Port Sudan. So you clearly see Russian ambitions to expand and to kind of neo-colonize Africa. They want to establish a base in Port Sudan to have access and control of the Red Sea. They want to have a military base in Tobruk. They are already quite implanted in Libya, in Mali, Burkina Faso, Central African Republic. So this clear expansion. With this expansion, there are certain threats which are the topic of the next slide. And that's the list of the threats, just outlining them. There is huge erosion of the rule of law and democracy associated with Russian implementation, Russian presence of proxies and their instructors, because Russia basically provides regime survival package to authoritarian regimes at no matter cost. They don't care about populations. They deploy proxy forces, infamous Wagner Group, so-called mercenaries or state-run mercenaries, if you like, at the expense of EU assistance missions. So basically, the EU partners are being kicked out through disinformation campaigns, and Russia expands. Then Russia says, okay, we will help you with counter-terrorism, we'll help you with counter-insurgency. But what they basically do is sadly exemplified by a massacre in the village of Mura, Mali, where they enter a village and they say, okay, this village is where the jihadis get their supplies. They go to the market. This is a big local market. So we will kill everyone who seems like a jihadi. So if your pants are too short, I mean, if your long sleeve of your trousers are slightly too short, as some Islamists prefer to have, such people were killed. If you have a beard but no mustache or cut short mustache, that means that you may be an Islamist. So that means that you can be killed by Russia. Russia killed 500 people in that village just because they thought that they are jihadis. Russia did that also to intimidate populations, to pass the message, we will kill everyone because we can. So indiscriminate killings, rapes of local women, massacres, this is the modus operandi of Russian proxies in Africa. Beyond that, they exploit natural resources to fund local operations because these operations are basically self-funded. They are funded from what they take from the host nation. But also, it's been alleged that Russia has exported $2.5 billion worth gold out of Africa. Allegedly, 1.2 billion comes from Sudan only. So it's huge amount of money that is being channeled back to Russia and may fund war in Ukraine. There is disinformation, there's a malign foreign influence, as we have seen by the Gossi incident again in Mali against the French, where Russia planted corpses, dead bodies next to a French base, and they said, hey, French killed people, look, there's a proof. Luckily, the French had it all recorded, Russians planting people, the dead bodies there. So it didn't work, but this shows how to which extent Russia is ready to go with the psychological operations for the social media, radio, TV, cinematography. And there's military expansion. I mentioned the bases in Libya, Al Jufra, Tobruk, the planned base in Sudan, in Port Sudan. So basically, Russia wants to make a huge presence, military build-up from the Red Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. Last year, Italian foreign minister alleged that Russia is weaponizing migrants, like they are doing on the Finnish and Polish border, basically creating pressure on Europe by sending migrants. And if they are not even sending them, still they are creating conditions through increased violence associated with presence of Russian proxy forces. They are creating conditions that forces people to migrate, and that creates pressure on the southern European Union's member states. There's a growth of extremism and increase in terrorist activities and recruitment for terrorist organizations associated with Russia proxies deployments and so-called counter-terrorist operations. So we see there's plenty of threats that are associated with Russia presence. And now Bex will try to tell you about the special operations forces deployments and whether they can and to which extent can they mitigate this threat. Thank you. Bex, over to you.
Thank you, Cyprian. Can everyone hear me all right? Yeah, good.
We do.
So as Cyprian has already mentioned, EUSOF has previously deployed to Northern Africa and the Sub-Saharan one. Since 2013, this has mostly been subsumed under the kind of French mantle of leadership from Operation Serval in 2013 in Mali, which morphed into a wider kind of counter-terrorist Operation Barkhane, to finally the rather short-lived Task Force Takuba, which only lasted between 2020 and 2022, but is historically the most ambitious dedicated EUSOF deployment. Now, it is, to be fair, a narrow timeframe and a somewhat narrow focus for analyzing EUSOF deployments to Africa, but one has to be aware that SOF deployments in general are quite a close-kept thing, quite a national reserve. So this was in that respect a significant event. Other individual SOF deployments were mostly tied to EU or NATO training missions, like Cyprian mentioned, military assistance, building up security for partners and so on. So these were other bilateral capacity building arrangements, and they're not necessarily the topic of this particular presentation. If you have a look at the picture, this was Task Force Takuba at its peak, probably in early 2021. And if you just look at the flags, it includes quite a fair amount of countries, including some at first unexpected ones, from Estonia to Czech Republic to Sweden and so on. So quite an interesting thing. Now, these deployments focused on suppressing terrorist cells that potentially threaten Europe. As Cyprian alluded earlier, this was not necessarily something that necessarily helped or helped the perception of the local governments. So these were perceived as protective of the political status quo and not allowing for the decisive defeat of rebel groups. Aside from that, there was a French stated desire that this force should grow into a future European intervention force. The fact that it was focused on a European interest in Africa, whereas helping out the local side was what generally soured the local mood quite quickly. In addition to that, as soon as Russian assets started popping up, as mentioned and as shown on the previous slides, when Wagner started showing up as invited by local governments who were unhappy at the pace of these counter-insurgency efforts, the European side pulled out, followed quite soon by the American side as well. So there was no apparent desire to confront Russian assets. Rather, EU presence ended. So what's the final, what can be the performance assessment on that? Excuse me?
Sorry, I lost the audio. Is it only me?
No, move on. It's okay. We can hear you.
All right, I'm moving on. So assessing Operation Task Force Takuba, I mean, tactically it did have some counter-terrorist successes. It was focused on the jihadi threat, on the potential jihadi threat to Europe. But overall, it was a strategic failure in that it ended in complete withdrawal of European or Western assets. And complete replacement almost with Russian security assets. They were focused on suppressing terrorist cells that threaten Europe, but were not helpful to the local governments or juntas. So question is, was their mandate too narrow in focusing on counterterrorism and this soft coin? And did the hybrid nature of the Russian challenge in Africa then ensure that that was not addressed at all because it never met the escalation criteria, or it was never, it was something that appeared on invitation by the local government? And secondly, was the ambition too wide? Was expecting to create a decisive EU force from a very narrowly mandated soft task force in this kind of politically charged and contested environment, was it actually unrealistic, and did it increase perceptions of failure? Yes, it did. I will conclude, or we will conclude with going through some basic points. So clearly, in our view, focusing solely on counterterrorism in Africa doesn't accomplish local goals, and it doesn't accomplish the strategic European goal of countering Russia's influence and interests. Cyprian mentioned, or the previous presenters as well have mentioned some of the benefits, including the gold mines and so on. There's also the fact that Russia also receives raw material supply through these areas, such as nitrocellulose that can be extracted from cotton gathered in Mali and so on. So actively elements that support its ongoing aggression in Ukraine. Secondly, this Western military presence in Africa is always going to be politically and informationally charged, and it's always going to be prone to disinformation. So clearly, a military-only approach, even if it's soft, will not suffice. It will require a wider view, a wider set of assets, right? From the diplomatic to the informational to the economic, engaging with local partners. Adversaries, notably Russia, are able to leverage greater strategic flexibility in providing these forced survival packages, because they're willing to do what Europeans weren't willing to do. They were operating outside European red lines. They were fully willing to conduct massacres if that meant pleasing or achieving some stated goal of whichever local junta. Ultimately, can this trend be then reversed? Is open to discussion. The fact is that after this trend of aligning with Russia and aligning with massacres starts happening, Western governments become more and more averse to working with local governments. However, the potential loss of the Russian hub in Syria could present an opportunity for Western re-engagement in Africa, just because of the fact that that Russian operations might become slightly less sustainable and more open to countering. This might provide a chance to help build security for local governments, local populations, and to counter Russian malign influence as their support and supply network for aggression in Europe. And this ultimately would be precisely a soft task. A low-profile presence, accepting of higher political risk, working on intelligence and building up partner capacity with a shorter-term, tailored type of engagement rather than the sweeping deployments of Barkhane and Takuba. So that would be a possible way forward. With that, I would end our short overview and open up for questions.
Thank you so much, both of you. It was fascinating. And let's move on to our last speaker of this session before the question, of course, Dr. Arkady Ermin from the Webster University. He will speak about New World Order and its implications for European security.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks. Just 1 second, I'll share my screen. Hopefully have to do this first. 1 second. See that? Oh, it's not the full screen. Okay.
We can see you. We can see the slides, but just put it on. That's it. Now it's great.
So thanks for having me. Okay, so again, thanks for having me. Very happy to actually be presenting something at the conference. I almost blanked out for a good reason. Anyway, so I'm going to talk about New World Order and its implications for European security. Everything before that was a little more practical, right? A little more down to earth, more it's all about practicality. It's all about real things that are happening right now. But my presentation is going to be a lot more political theory, if you like, or I would even say political philosophy oriented. Why are we even talking about something like a New World Order? Until 2017, the thing was that we weren't even thinking about the New World Order. Everything was nice and smooth. Everything was very, liberal. Everything was, as somebody like Mershana would call it, was a nice, cozy, liberal world order, right? It was the world dominated by the United States of America, with some of the talk about multipolar world with Russia, possibly EU, possibly China, acting as sort of that balance towards the all-powerful United States of America. But later on, the rise of China, which happened to be quite and caught everybody by surprise, really. Everybody in the expert community, everybody in the academia, sort of by surprise, even though it kind of started long before that. But it was particularly 2016, 2017, we've seen the autonomization of the Chinese foreign policy when they started to act bolder, more expansionist, less cooperative, and sort of in a way of embracing realpolitik way of things and really claiming, at least in practice, the status of competing power.
and challenging the United States of America. Most importantly, some of the top scholars have reacted to that, like the infamous Graham Allison. He's at this point a tenured professor in Harvard. He has the idea of the Thucydides trap and has embraced the concept of power transition theory. And John Mearsheimer, as everybody knows him, of course, very active commentator of the things relevant to the war in Ukraine, for example, the proponent of the fracture of the liberal world order, right? The idea that the world order that we all knew before, right? The one that was dominated by the United States of America and neoliberal institutionalism has basically come to its own end and had sown the seeds of its own demise originally. And now we're basically seeing them. And they invested a lot of their attention into explaining how all that works and why US and China are in the state of collision right now, and why the rivalry is intensifying and becoming more and more impractical in terms of what we're actually getting in foreign trade or in any kind of cooperation, where the world is becoming a less stable place, more prone to conflict. After the electoral victory of Donald Trump, this has intensified even more, which happened in 2017. And now in 2024, we are expecting to see more of confrontation. And it started with an attempt to pursue quite a bold decoupling. If you remember the technological war with China, the trade wars, so-called trade wars, which didn't last long, but certainly had long-lasting consequences in the sphere of semiconductors. And then COVID followed, which was sort of a final blow, or okay, not final, but sort of an ultimate blow to a lot of different productions and industries in tech. That was sort of a sneak peek of what is to come if the world is going to be a lot more oriented towards protectionism and there's less cooperation in the world trade. The new term of Donald Trump is already expected to bring even more controversy, since it's very, the politics proposed are very questionable. The very radical political decisions that he's proposing, especially in the field of foreign trade and investment, trying to make America more protectionist as never before in the modern period. This is definitely going to shape global politics and world economy. So what are the arguments of Mearsheimer of why we're switching to a new world order? Why is it going to be a new international system? He's an offensive structural realist. Obviously, you'll know that. You all have definitely read his works and are, I'm pretty sure, proficient in at least the basics of what his general idea is. But he does not believe, obviously, right? I just have to say this. He does not believe in cooperation. He does not believe in international institutions. He doesn't understand the possibility of a sustainable world order being, even potentially present in the international relations debate. He sees the system that is oriented towards that as inherently unstable and well, basically, again, with the seeds of its own demise. It cannot properly exist. He argues that despite initial value and seeming greatness and utility of the liberal world order, it basically had carried all these things that has proven to be unsustainable, right? Ignoring great power politics, something that he's very focused on, declaring high liberal values and standards in one foreign policy while pursuing more realist and more rational or more utilitarian, I would even say, politics in practice. And while China and Russia were seemingly complying, with the world order, while still at the same time pursuing something, more egoistic in essence in terms of their foreign policy, really continued to take down the liberal world order, to fracture it a little bit by bit, year after year. And all that has definitely led to the, if not demise, then a significant fracture of the world order that we have loved and utilized living in. Mearsheimer criticized the idea that intensive trade and other ways of ensuring compliance in the international arena can actually be working effectively towards countries like China or Russia, and can deter them from unreasonable, for neoliberals, of course, behavior and regional or global ambitions. Mearsheimer then argues that by investing too much money, that by promoting cooperation with China and effectively Russia to a lesser extent, pumping them up with money and resources, they made a horrible mistake, because China, or Russia at that matter, never actually intended to liberalize, or maybe didn't liberalize or never had the intent to liberalize it the degree that United States of America have expected them to. So they never wanted to undergo a process of democratization, in truth, and never wanted to embrace the values of that liberal world order that has been heavily promoted by the United States of America and EU to a lesser extent. And being taken advantage of such behavior, China slowly but steadily pursued expansion of its capitalist interests, of its influence of economic or technological character, infrastructural projects in various regions of the world, starting with Africa, then continuing on Latin America, Southeast Asia as well. And basically, I'm currently right now in Central Asia. I can tell you that the presence of China here and its dominance is significant, right? Despite the fact that there is also Russia, a very important player as well in the region. This is just something you cannot escape. China right now is everywhere. So, and having that, China tends to revamp the existing world order to make it more structurally beneficial for the state, which is actually very logical. With his take on contemporary international rivalry, Mearsheimer does argue that the general premise of the idea of the new bipolarity, he specifically said that now it will get harder and harder for various states to maintain good relations with both China and the United States. And we already see that to some extent. While US will count on its strategic partnership with EU and other nations that are typically being considered to benefit from the current world order, or its so-called pivotal allies, like in Latin America, there will probably be Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, and other pivotal points, pivotal allies. China would try to mobilize periphery states, which are way more numerous, of course, the states that are not benefiting from the world order all that much. And it doesn't just, it's not just Venezuela, it's not just countries that are, countries like Iran maybe, that are not, that are basically being on the wrong side of the balance of power. It's also the countries that are not doing all that much, but certainly want to do better in terms of economy, in terms of their political significance. So in this regard, there's a lot of states that they can tap into to earn some sort of compliance and some sort of loyalty. If you look at UN voting, for example, a lot more countries are voting like China, not like US. Mearsheimer does not believe in this regard and sustainability of this protracted nature of new bipolarity. He says that eventually it's going to end, and it's probably going to end sooner than later, with either China prevailing or US will prevail as well. It will lead again, but even if we have a US born world order again, it will certainly be a different world order, right? It will not be the same liberal world order we've lived in. US will have to learn the lesson, will have to adapt, and it's probably going to be less liberal than it used to be. So, there's just a picture of Mearsheimer, just to illustrate who we're talking about right now. He's widely popular in China right now. If you've seen how many fans he has in China, how happy he is at these conferences, this is ridiculous. The guy has been advocating against China for so long. This is fun. There's another person that tries to explain that from a slightly different angle. This is Graham Allison, personally one of my perhaps most favorite professors that is still around. He basically took and revamped the idea of power transition theory of Argansky. Argansky, if you remember, it was 1956, if I'm not mistaken, when he proposed that idea that the global leadership, that the unipolar world order will eventually lead to another leader, essentially because every state is developing it at a certain pace, and we all live through our golden age, and then inevitably we come to the state of decay as a country, as an empire. Any empire does that based on very basic considerations of realism that date back to the original classical realism, suggesting that leadership is hard, right? Global leadership is costly. So inevitably that drains resources. So bipolarity or multipolarity, on the contrary, are sources of instability and conflict, as Argansky suggested, and unipolarity is the only stable world order. The central premise of this approach is that the hegemonic power has its own life cycle, as already explained, and eventually it will decline. Some other power will rise up to the challenge, and eventually that will, they will come to a certain parity of power where there's, almost inevitably there is going to be some conflict, often leading to war, not always, but often leading to war. Having revised the concept himself, Allison has utilized the idea of the Thucydides trap to refer to a specific configuration of a security dilemma, right? It's not just any security dilemma. This idea suggests that currently he's applying that to the case of China and US. They'll inevitably come to a certain collision, potentially becoming the cause of a new war, because the influence of US will be declining, China will be rising, right? So at certain intersection, there's the most conflictuous point. However, despite the original concept itself, Ellison does not believe that the conflict here is necessary. Power transitions can go both ways. They do not need to recur to warfare. And both of the sides are very mindful of this potential risk. So they're trying to do their best not to make it, an open conflict. To be more specific, he suggests that never in history, has this idea that never in history, the two competing powers were actually starting the war themselves. They were mostly always been provoked by a third party provocateur. And it's interesting that in one of his speeches, and I'm going to refer to that a little later, he considered that North Korea is probably the most likely provocateur in this regard. But we've seen that Russia has actually become that sort of provocateur that has literally been the reason why the liberal world is so fractured. And the provoking party doesn't really get a lot in return. It's just one of those things that just happens, and the two sides collide in military conflict. Now, this is the guy we're talking about, right? It's one of his famous TED Talks on YouTube videos where he explains for about 10 minutes how it's correct to pronounce Thucydides, right? What does Russia have to do with all this, right? We've been talking about Russia, the crisis in Ukraine. That certainly is one of those breaking points that have, it's the thing that basically shown the inefficiency of the liberal world order. The world order that we, had for so long is basically proven to be dysfunctional in a state of an ultimate crisis like the war in Ukraine. And in this regard, Meshheimer here explains that Russian aggression against Ukraine lays in the scope of offensive structural realism, right? He has his own explanation of how NATO states have been provoking Russia. You can have different attitudes towards this. I'm personally not a big fan of that explanation. I personally do think it's a little more complicated than that, of course. Graham Allison, in comparison, has assumed that, again, the perfect provocateur would be North Korea, but it actually happened to be Vladimir Putin, right? And that certainly put a certain fracture in the world order, a certain provocation that has shown the weakness of the existing system. And this has led to a massive and rapid decoupling of the West with Russia. Certainly, it has revamped the existing balance of power on the globe. Certainly, that led to tectonic changes already, which we are yet to understand the whole scope of them. And the world economy has suffered, and even there's fundamental challenges and changes in national politics of various states because of that, including EU. So what are the new traits of this international system? I'll try to be as fast as possible. I see, guys, that you want to finish already. I'm the blabbery kind, unfortunately. It's very risky to leave me to the end. So anyway, the conflict in Ukraine shows that there are international organizations and NGOs that are basically, almost all of them are not very efficient and capable when it comes to something like a war in Ukraine, something as great that involves a great power being at war with some other country. So ICC is a particularly good example. The warrants for arrest of Netanyahu and Putin have basically been ignored both by non-Western states and Western states, like France saying that whenever Netanyahu comes, it's no problem. Then the same thing happens in Mongolia when Putin comes. So this is a good sign that this is basically not working. Economic motivation on the based on the assumption of state rationality does not work as the mechanism of ensuring desired behavior in the world arena. Sanctions are a problem, of course, but they're not always effective, and oftentimes sanctions can be counterproductive when used used without a lot of thought put into it, when they're basically misaligned and miscalculated. International law and UN legislation in this regard are also shown to be futile against great powers. Russia, China, US have shown to be able to do whatever they like, despite any of the norms that exist in the international law. And the abstract international community that's supposed to come to rescue in this regard doesn't actually work. Another thing is the states are more capable actors than any supranational entities. US, Germany, and UK are more effective in helping Ukraine on a bilateral level than on the level of EU in general or NATO in general. That's important to understand. So being in the sphere of influence of US or being its pivotal ally in the region does not guarantee your security. Same goes for the EU. Real capabilities of superpower are often exaggerated and they're perceived rather than realistic. So combined with indecisiveness of political leaders, and that we've seen so oftenly this past few years, this makes it impossible for states to ignore their defense, hoping that NATO or US will come to rescue, will come to protect them. So ergo, hence, we have the remilitarization of EU. The spread of democracy is not a foreign policy priority anymore. So that was already quite well understood after US had withdrawn from Afghanistan, and now it's even more obvious for us, right? So we're not promoting democracy through force. Any extent of aid and help, regardless of original dedication, is going to be very limited, despite the clear case of democratic Ukraine defending against autocratic Russia and its aggression. Key stakeholders, including the countries of the EU, are losing interest largely, with every year they're losing interest providing this aid and providing it in large numbers. Obviously, the more Ukraine fights, the more it needs, and it receives less. It becomes, countries become more concerned with growing domestic discontent and the rise of far-right political forces way more than what Ukraine needs, for example. And all that suggests that transitional world order is going to be, in essence, more conflictual, less oriented towards trade and cooperation. The politicians are going to be more concerned with the realpolitik principles and formulating their newest versions of foreign policies and national policies. So this is not going to be a very stable world order, right? What does that mean for EU? The end of cheap resources, right? Something that EU has enjoyed for so long. It will have to revise its energy security and do it very fast, right? Higher prices on commodities and a lower level of life is almost a certain guarantee. New defense policies and drastic raise of defense budgets, although EU, we're already seeing that. This is something that's going to shape the budgets, that's going to shape the politics of EU countries largely, right? And again, this is going to mean enhancing military production. This is going to mean abundance of ammunition and stock for potential conflicts, or also level of life, because that sums of money used to be spent and redirected on social sphere and other spheres that have contributed to a higher level than average on the world, in the globe of European citizens. Another thing to consider is dealing with rising far-right populism in domestic politics, and dealing with the cases of democratic backslidings in East Europe is something that European Union will have to address. Almost certainly, without a doubt, a lot of the countries are now are facing that. New approaches to foreign policy and diplomacy are also to be considered, because diplomatically losing Turkey and Georgia, something that we see right now in the European Union, is a direct consequence of this new formulation of that new, more realpolitik-oriented world order. And the decrease of the general appeal of EU membership outside of Europe is also, can also be seen. Like Georgia and Turkey, for example, are not all that interested and engaged in the idea of joining EU. Maybe they're demotivated. Maybe they're not thinking it's realistic. So is there hope, right? Finally, to just finalize all this, is there hope for us? This does not mean that realist school of thought has won, that, it's dog-eat-dog kind of world for us right now. The so-called liberal world order that Mearsheimer has been talking about was initially based on a half-baked knowledge of democracy. If you recur to Doyle's idea of the liberal, first liberal then democratic peace theory, all of them have been really based on huge assumptions, on very abstract piece of thought that haven't been particularly practically, tested out. So we have seen this has literally been not very sustainable, not very successful. We need new foundation for something more realistic, something that is more of essence and can be applicable to the real world scenarios in terms of theory. So in this regard, we need a post-liberal theory of international relations. We can approach building that through a number of different contributions from different IR scholars. We just should, retain some hope, right? And this is a time of opportunity for us to create something that works way better and isn't based on something that is not particularly working. So while the liberal world order, US liberal world order, is for now either fractured or almost gone entirely, it doesn't mean that we don't have to continue applying some of these principles that have been laying at the foundation, right? We certainly should retain them, but we have to consider the reasons why the original world order has been so fractured and has, what kind of seeds of its own demise it contained originally, to try to avoid that, try to make something more sustainable, something more practically usable. So anyway, thank you very much. I'm not gonna talk, blabber all too much about all this. These are the references that I used. Some of these articles are mine. I particularly want to draw attention to the Costa Granelli's, the Felipe's work. It's the first one out there. Great guy, great work. Very instrumental in the preparation of this. Of this. Thanks. If there are any questions, I'm ready to take them.
Thank you so much, Arkady. Maybe there is a hope, but also we have a reality, as we all know. Fascinating. So I will use my advantage and privilege as the chair of this great panel, and I will ask the first question, if I may. The question is to you, Anand, actually. Very fascinating what you introduced, and I saw a report today that the UK, Germany, and I think it was France, I'm not sure, but let's say the continent, the European continent, thinking about putting again the sanctions against Iran. So I just wanted to hear your opinion. Do you support it? Do you think it won't be wise, or maybe this is the best thing to do at that stage? I will be fascinated to hear what you think.
They've already put sanctions on them, and the E3 that I've mentioned in the slide, that is the France, Germany, and UK, so minus UK from after Brexit. Now the argument Brussels intend to put is first the Iranian drones ending up in the Ukrainian borders. I've written a detailed piece with Professor Christian on this one, and we've essentially argued that there are evidences, at least from the media, that points towards Iranians drones, but all of them have been not curated, so it's circumstantial at best, if I can say. So there are videos I've seen. I went through the extent of having it, use digital forensics. I spoke to my sources inside multiple institutions, security establishments. They found a lot of videos opening up in the social media, circulating around about Iranian presence, Iranian drone presence. So they've got a little video which says the Ukrainian Mi-8 is literally hovering up the Iranian drone, allegedly Iranian drone, but the Ukrainian president comes up and says there are no Iranian drones. Now, this is very interesting to say when everybody's talking about Iranian drones in Ukrainian borders, and the Ukrainian president himself and comes up and says there aren't any Iranian drones. So this is what Abbas Araghchi is the foreign minister. He comes up and says there aren't drones. We are not sending ballistic missiles. We are not sending anything on the Russian front. So again, circumstantial at best. But Moscow confirms of Iranian manufacturing sites for drone management, repair, MRO, essentially maintenance, reversal, and overhaul facilities inside inside Moscow. So there are two things, and as a scholar, you've always have limitations to understand, source out information, especially at this extent. And this is where my limitations comes into play, where circumstantial as best, until there's hard evidence that says yes, this is IRGC drone, we can't verify it. And to be very honest, as a scholar, we've got our limitations. So at best today, the Teheranian government is very particular about, very reluctant, but very angry in terms of having the E3 put up sanctions. And they're saying we haven't done anything. Putting sanctions on us is it's bizarre. And to be very honest, this is how Brussels feels, and this alienates Pezeshkin's efforts further. So we all will see a rift in the future, no matter how efforts Pezeshkian governments put in to bridge its relationship with Brussels, but there'll always be tensions coming up until and unless President Trump comes up and he signs another JCPOA or a negotiation for JCPOA, something like that ends up that essentially levels European Union in its efforts.
But not just regarding the drones. What about, of course, the nuclear facilities, the enrichment of uranium? And I may correct myself. I'm not sure, but I think they also threatened to leave the nuclear agreement, actually.
Yeah. So the thing is, yes. So the thing is, JCPOA during the time when the JCPOA was inactive, whatever the current arrangements nuclear facilities has, they can be reversed. And let me tell you, they have been reversed. So they've not attained to a point where Tehran does not come back in a point of return. There's no point of return. That has not been achieved yet. You can shut down centrifuges. You can essentially put any facilities closed down. Uranium enrichment can be blended and shipped, which has essentially happened during JCPOA time. So we have not attained a point of return or point of no return for Tehran. So these are all doable mechanisms, which essentially needs a political will, a greater political engagement happening again at the diplomatic and at institutional level, and the relationship can again be sorted, because the point here for Tehran is you have a reformist government. We may never know when the next Khamenei. So if the next Khamenei comes in and there isn't a reformist government, and then there's a pro-IRGC representations, all of this again is going to be reversed. So the time for a JCPOA 2.0 is now.
Thank you so much. We have a question here for Ipshita. Why has India been so supportive of Russia in regard to the Ukrainian war, when Russian success in that war benefits China?
Thank you, Dr. Wortman, for this question. I would say that India has not been supportive to Russia, but rather India is trying to reserve its strategic choices vis-a-vis its foreign policy determinants. Now, looking into the evolution of Indian foreign policy, India has been, we know that India post-independence, 1947, India has a foreign policy which is based upon your non-alignment and disarmament, anti-colonialism. So India believes, or Indian foreign policy is resting upon these various tenets. However, with the evolution of the Indian foreign policy over the years, India has chosen to go for more pragmatic approach. Now, current situation wherein it's my opinion, though, that current situation suggests India to take a more pragmatic approach vis-a-vis its dealing with its national objectives. Although ideologically, if we see, India is not supporting Russia for invading Ukraine. And looking into this, we must say that India is more, India wants to be instrumental in mitigating this conflict or this war between Ukraine and Russia. And therefore, recently we have seen that a lot of diplomatic moves have also been done with regard to our PM, wherein he is approaching both the powers, Russia and Ukraine, in order to mitigate, in order to find out the solution. But then we need to understand that India is a developing nation. India has its economic priorities. India has its foreign policy goals, which needs to be met. And particularly when we know that India is not the largest, trade partner currently vis-a-vis oil and vis-a-vis other projects with Russia. So looking into this, I think India is just safeguarding its foreign policy goals and national objectives.
Thank you so much. Next question for Sarah, and then Cyprian, you'll be next.
Thanks very much, Ori. I have a question for Arkady. So thanks very much for the thought-provoking presentation. My question is about something really important you discussed towards the end, the kind of, guns versus butter dilemma, and how quality of life is going to decrease as more money has to be spent on defense. And that's a big debate, certainly in some European countries at the moment. And what some people say is that actually it's not necessary to do that, because if anything, the war against Ukraine has shown that actually Russia is too weak and Russia is not going to dare to attack NATO. So what would you say to that? So what would be your advice then, to spend a lot of money on defense, or actually would you say that the last few months suggest that it may not be necessary? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. That's actually an important question. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of debates going on around this. There's, of course, one position saying that Russia is kind of ineffective. We thought it to be, if not the second, then maybe top three, right? Military powers of the globe. It's a great power. We expected it to be so militarily capable, and the shock of not being able to conquer Kiev in 14 days as Putin initially wanted was obviously, around, and people have been talking about that for the, initial couple of months of war. That was something that people couldn't wrap their heads around, right? Why did this happen? Why isn't it the same? Because in 2016, Rand Corporation ran a simulation how long it will take Russia to beat NATO in the Baltic countries. And the answer to that was 72 hours, right? And that's NATO, that's the United Forces of NATO in Europe, not Ukraine, right? A small country that doesn't have any direct help from NATO or any neighboring countries, didn't really have a lot of help from neither US nor EU for a long time, right? For at least the first half a year, not a lot of impactful aid, right? All that needed time to kick in. So obviously there's a question of how capable Russia is of doing actual meaningful warfare against somebody of its own size, of course. So that's a big question. However, unfortunately, there's another group of people suggesting that while all of this is true, Russia hasn't been waging wars for far too long. If we don't take, Georgian war and financing the the people in Donbass, right? There's quasi-military organizations and groups of people. We don't consider that. We consider, regular warfare that hasn't happened for quite a long time. Of course, a lot of the alleged armaments, tanks, everything that we supposedly had on paper, a lot of that wasn't really there. A lot of that wasn't operational. So, and the question of how many people we can actually utilize and deploy in Ukraine, that's a whole other question. Turns out not that much, not nearly enough as Russia, official Russia would really want to. However, the problem is that throughout the warfare in Ukraine, Russia has learned how to wage effective war. We see that during the first couple of years of warfare, Russia hasn't really been that effective. Its most efficiency came in the first weeks of war, and then Russia kept losing mostly, maybe winning a little bit on a couple of directions, but mostly losing good portions of land in the aftermath of counter-offensive, right? The first counter-offensive, which, quite infamous. Kherson was gained back, right? A lot of territory was gained back, and the security of Kharkiv has been ensured. So, a lot of has been done. And Russia seemed to be, kind of down in terms of economy. Everybody expected that Russia is not going to be able to continue to fight for so long, but Russia has proven that it can. Vladimir Putin has proven that he finds ways to finance the war, right? And this can happen. This can last for more than 3 years already. So who is to say it's not going to last longer? There are talks about Russian economy approaching stagflation, right? It's one of the pessimist groups that are talking about all this, about how this is going to, be the ultimate failure of Russian economy, that everything's going to collapse. But it hasn't collapsed for 3 years, and I tend to be pessimistic about the, this. We're expecting, it's sort of a, wishful thinking, and we shouldn't rely on wishful thinking when making such impactful political decisions. So if we are to expect Russia to stay weak and incapable, this is not something that we should consider, right? This is not something we should base our foreign policy decisions on. So it is, I fear this is inevitable. We have to, and we are already seeing that countries like Germany are already revamping their budgets in favor of more military spending. So this doesn't have to be radical. Like, we don't have to spend all our money on militarization, obviously, but a good portion of it will be redirected. In security studies, we're not, nobody is really prone to taking unnecessary risks. So if there is a risk, it has to be dealt with. And the only way to deal with that risk is investing in your own military, remilitarizing, raising the amount of troops that you have on the ground, right? Because again, Ukraine shows it's a great example of the fact that it's the Ukrainians that are fighting. You can have the whole power of NATO behind your back. But again, the question is how many people would be willing to go and actually fight and die for your territory? And that's something that NATO never, luckily, never had to, put in practice, had never had to test out. Of course, let's be optimistic that hopefully that never comes to it. But again, that's something that you don't really want to risk. And if your country is practically vulnerable and defenseless, there is more reason for aggressive and predatory regimes to, think and consider trying, what you're worth. So it's one of the things, right? It's mostly deterrence, right? At this moment, it is deterrence, and that's probably the only way to approach this.
Thanks very much.
Hopefully I answered that. I don't want to take up too much time. This is an endless question, really.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Last two questions, Cyprian and then Achim. Cyprian, please. We can't hear you, Cyprian. Now we're supposed to hear you.
We still don't hear you.
Yeah. We can't, yeah. So maybe Achim, you will ask the question and then Cyprian will ask his.
I thank you, Ori. I try to speak a bit undertone because of the time here, as yesterday evening. Actually, if you allow me, I have not one question, but three different speakers. If I may have the floor for that. The first question goes to William about the situation on the Swahili coast. Now, the Swahili coast is very important also for tourism. I mentioned personally, I was in Lamu on a UNESCO project about 20 years ago by now, and the situation was already conflictual between the local community and Western tourists. Now, at the time, the main issue were natural resources, in particular water. But I'm asking to William if he can make an update about the current situation in Zanzibar, Malindi, Mombasa, and as well Lamu, where actually most of the European Western tourists are going. If, this rise of Al-Shabaab and the infiltration of the terrorists, which at the time also targeted Western interest, Western tourists, how this has evolved since 20 years by now. Thank you. This is the first question. The second question, if I may, is directed to Vladimir, and it's about, your presentation, it's very interesting, as it's been very honest, I would say, about the shortcomings of the Europeans in Western Africa, in particular the French, I would say, but it doesn't cover actually, in my view, and this is the question, what is the cultural gap that exists between the local population and the Western mission? My personal experience goes back to Côte d'Ivoire when I was deployed as a peacekeeper there for 3 years. Now, Côte d'Ivoire is a kind of paradise because of the French, and the relations with the government is quite fine. But in Mali, Niger, and now Burkina Faso as well, they switched camp as you presented it. But they are also in Ivory Coast, in my experience, this issue of neocolonialism approach. So that's the reason why Russia and China, in particular the project of China, infrastructural project, have a key advantage. So the fact that you are addressing these issues as a threat from Russia, I'm not sure if this is the right word to use, is perhaps a process which is going on since 50, 40 years about decolonization. You might say, okay, they are switching from the French to the Russian, new colonies, right? But I think there is a cultural component and a neo-colonialist component perceived by the local population, which is quite important. Last point is about intelligence. If you don't have support, if the environment is not conducive to intelligent information sharing, your mission, special force mission, whatever, in my case was UN mission, cannot survive. You can't operate without proper information and intelligence sharing. So the last question, if I may make it short, is addressed to Arkady. 2 years ago, it was quite surprising for me, but
Akim,
interesting.
I'm sorry to stop you, but Arkady is just about to leave. You can send him, you can see in the chat, you can send him
Okay.
your question in the email. He needed to go,
I'm sorry.
unfortunately. So
Okay.
yeah, so the two
Thank you very
questions he
much. These
asked.
are my two questions. Thank you, Ori.
Thank you so much. And maybe Cyprian, you will ask also your question, and then the speakers will answer, and then we'll call it for, we need to finish for today.
Yeah.
Now we can
Thank you
hear
so
you
much.
great, by the way.
No, yeah. Finally. Yes, I just lost my questions. But yes, well, I want to ask a question to Professor William. Bwana William, upo hapo? Nina maswali mawili. I have two questions. Okay. Tamam. So, do terrorist groups in North Mozambique, the Cabo Delgado, do they belong to Swahili culture? That's the first question. The second question, if you please, what's the role of the elders in de-radicalization process? And if there is still time, a question for Anand: how Trump may or will derail the Pezeshkian's reform plans for Iran? Your best educated guest, please, if possible. Thank you.
Ori, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I missed the last. There was a bit of a lag in here. I missed what Cyprian said.
Cyprian, can you repeat your question to Anat? But first, before Anat, you will answer if it's okay. The rest of the speakers, Cyprian, can you please ask the question? And afterwards, the former speaker will answer to Akim questions, and then.
Okay, I asked the question, and then I'm looking for your guidance. So, Anna, the question for you was how Trump may or will derail Pezeshkian's reform, plans for Iran in terms of relationship with the EU and the nuclear program. I ask for your best educated guess, if you please, because of course you don't know the crystal ball, unless you do. And that's it. And now off to Ori.
So you can, who want to answer first to Akim questions? Feel free.
So Akim asked about the West Africa kind of gap between the let's say European forces, Western forces, and local communities, if I understood. And then he mentioned the issue of the intelligence sharing, which is always a problem. I hope I understood correctly. So addressing the gap, of course, there is always a huge cultural differences when we talk about deployments to overseas, and where Africa is definitely that case for Western forces. But they have been plenty of international exercises in which the bonds have been established. The militaries train together. There's a very long history of the U.S. Exercises in Africa, very well advertised, like Flintlock, for example. It's always on the news, and there is, so you can see dozens of African nations participating with European instructors from many countries. So I believe that connections are being made, and it contributes to the mutual understanding and cultural awareness growth between the host nation and the visiting nations, if we may refer to them like that. So of course, it's always a problem, but I think when we deal with special operation forces, which are much smaller in size and much better educated, I would even argue, because among them, at least that's what the U.S. doctrine says, that they should be people, educated in cultures and languages and experience. So these gaps are smaller because they're basically better prepared to cooperate with the host nation. So I wouldn't be worried about that much, especially if, as Bex said, there's clearly stated what is the goal, what is what we want to achieve and to which point we engage. That's very important, of course. What the special operation forces cannot solve the underlying issues that are kind of structural issues sometimes inherent to the host state or nation. That's not the goal. And addressing just shortly the second question, intelligence sharing has always been an issue. In whichever security conference I'm dealing with the security practitioners, intelligence practitioners, they always say, yes, that's the biggest issue. It's always been, of course, the progress has been made, but still, people don't want to share because of this or that, because they don't have sometimes the two systems that they don't work together. Because I use system A, you use system B, and we just can't connect them, or because people are afraid of endangering the source, or any other reasons. So this challenge remain. I hope I've answered. I don't want you to take too long.
Thank you so much.
For this very important question, and thank you, Ahmed, for sharing your experience from the region.
Yeah, if I could just add to Cyprian's reply, which covered most of what I would have said it myself regarding colonial echoes. One point is, of course, what Cyprian said. Another point is, if we think back to the Task Force Takuba slide and the membership, it included countries like Czechia, like Estonia, which historically could not, be accused of colonialism. So that's a possible avenue of, engaging with potentially less irritating actors, right? If certain countries bring baggage to the party. And another point regarding the Intel environment, one thing which maybe mitigates it to a certain degree, or makes it slightly more permissive, has been the huge rise of open source intelligence. That has made a lot of things, I would suggest, a lot easier, because it's easier to share things that can be found open source without endangering the source, right? Just 2 points. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And Anat, please answer the last question.
Well, I looked at my crystal ball, and it's not exactly how the way, if you look at it's not exactly how the way it perceives as when you trace Donald Trump's pre-election and during the election procedures. Now, during the elections, at the primaries, he said that he is more than willing to end the conflicts once and for all. He's against sending soldiers on the forward operating bases in the Middle East, and he would simply withdraw. I am being cautiously optimistic here, but Trump is not going to go ballistic as anticipated against Iran, because he has seen what JCPOA is capable of. and withdrawing JCPOA is something that he has drawn lessons from. So me being cautiously optimistic is he has learned the lessons from his first presidency, and he is not going to do he's not going to repeat the same mistakes again during the second presidency. You could easily see the difference between the two when he takes over after his oath to presidency, and you will see his tenacity to rather bring Tehran on the table by, again, I'm not being far-fetched, but I'm being cautious, by losing some of the sanctions they've put on Iran. So this is again what I foresee is he is going to make Tehran's notion up pretty easy and give Pezeshkian some time to negotiate an arrangement with whether it's EU or whether it's with Washington, and even probably have a red phone, a red line, a direct connect, which already exists between Tehran and Washington. Much more engagement is going to come up from their end. So this is what I, cautiously being optimistic, predict.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for this great session. I will deliver the floor to Sarah to conclude this great event. Sarah, thank you so much.
Did we? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure, but we might have skipped Williams.
Yes. Oh yes, you're right. There was a question.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
But I don't know whether if time is not enough, but I think I can just pick quickly.
Sure.
I know people are tired. So let me begin by mentioning that the Swahili coast of East Africa is I think it's fair to say it is the most marginalized, economically speaking, and I think also politically. And that has been a source of some of the problems that we are seeing, especially the fact that extremist groups have taken advantage of that to penetrate in the community. It is easy to recruit in these areas because of the economic and political marginalization. Now, if I am to update about the situation at the moment, Mozambique is, that's where you have a very active group operating. So it is a no-go zone, the northern part of Mozambique. Zanzibar and Mombasa had problems in 2013 to 2015, and partly because that's the time when Al-Shabaab was quite prominent and very powerful and had managed to penetrate. And therefore, we had cases of attack of tourists in Zanzibar, and there were cases of kidnapping of tourists in Mombasa. But I think that has been fairly addressed because of the interventions of the governments and the state from the two countries. But I must say, the intervention are largely very much securitized. So we are not addressing the problem, but we are only postponing the problem. Because if the issue is marginalization, if the issue is political marginalization, how can we address it? Because the grievances are still there, but we have just managed to securitize these areas and maybe temporarily address the problem. So if any opportunity opens, we are likely to see also attacks in the same way we saw in 2013 to 15. Now, regarding northern Mozambique, if you ask me, I would say yes. Northern Mozambique is, in my view, it partly connects with Mtwara on the part of Tanzania. They are the most marginalized areas, part of the Swahili coast. And in fact, a good section of the fighters in northern Mozambique, if you ask me, they are also from the Swahili coast. No wonder the language which is widely spoken by the group in Mozambique is also Swahili. So you have, there was evidence of some of the leaders of the group being Tanzanians. you have Congolese speaking Swahili. So it's the product of the fact that this is the area which has been historically marginalized and therefore attracting more youth from the Swahili coast to go to join. Now, regarding the role of the elders in the eradication program, if you ask me, I think many programs have ignored the contribution of the elders. And if these are the custodians of culture, then we are making a mistake, because the cultural attributes are being attacked by the radical groups that want to penetrate. Culture is the source of resilience. And if some of the attributes are attacked, and if we are not investing into the cultural attributes that promote resilience, then we are likely not to address the problem, especially in the long run. So I hope I've answered all the questions, but I think there will be room in the future to also continue to engage. Thank you so much. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, William. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you so much to Ori for the wonderful sharing. And the fact that we are a little bit over time is just evidence that we have thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. So thank you so much to the speakers and also to all of you attending for all the questions and comments. And I will now hand over to Christian for final words of wisdom.
Thank you so much. No, I also want to thank all the speakers, all the audience. It's been fantastic 2 days. I think we've learned a lot. We've had great debates, and I think there's a lot more to come here. This is the final conference of this project, but it isn't the final word on our discussion. So I think with those words, I wish you a fantastic holiday period that is coming fairly soon, which I'm sure everyone is looking forward to. I want to thank the European Commission again for their support, and also the European Union in general for their co-financing of this particular project. And I look forward to engaging with you, hopefully in many more new projects in the future. And I'll be in touch with you all about those things. So thank you so much for having been here today, and I look forward to working much more in the future. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.